Enciéndelo, está encendido. A ver. Hola, hola. Pues si ponen la música, intento probar un momento. A ver cómo suena. Cuelgo. ¿Quieres ponerte allá para que sea más real? ¿Ya? Vamos todos para allá. ¿Verdad? Disculpe, vamos a hacer una prueba de sonido. Esto todavía no hemos comenzado. Los veo así como con cara de situación. Los están trabajando con las armas. Nosotros nos sentimos. Tres coberturas acá. Más cerquita de la puerta. Y el pero Giselle estaría como representante. Claro, la vamos a poner ahí. Puntito, sí. No, está bien, está bien. Entonces nosotros le damos el paso. De los que se paren a exponer de la delegación, sí, será Nico y las otras nos pidieron si ponían un pedestal. Le dije no, le dije mucho más relajado. Entonces como me imaginé como que yo había ido a una de estas presentaciones, entonces como en un escenario, me imaginé como más plano. Ese formato logramos.
No. of these very long 3 days, but very interesting days, as of course, and very significant for uh, building this water action agenda. Today, we're supposed to organize a solution storm, so to speak, in order to assess water and to accelerate the achievement of the SDG 6. So we hope it's going to be fruitful. We are about to wrap up this great meeting that has gathered so many minds, so many countries, so many generations, institutions, civil society, and academia to sit down together and constructively discuss finding a joint solution, finding a path so that we can try to make progress in this very important topic, which is water for the well-being of our Latin American and Caribbean societies. This is how we are going to start this Friday morning. We hope it's going to be very fruitful, with lots of contributions from the youth, from civil society, and trying to find new ideas in order to uh, fulfill the requirements of this agenda. I'm going to offer the floor to Marina. She's going to uh, lead the way today. Well, thank you, Jeanette. I'd like to thank the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Value and Water Initiative, and the Global Water Partnership in Deltares. They've also organized this session, and we're pleased to share with them this effort. Without further ado, I'd like to offer the floor to Mrs. Carmen Gonzalez. She's the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and you have the floor, Mrs. Ambassador. Thank you. Thank you, Jeanette and Marina. Uh, Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Uh, this is a great start for the day for this nice music intermezzo that we just enjoyed. I would also like to welcome everyone to this third day of the regional water dialogues at ICMAC, and I'd like to start by thanking ICMAC for giving us the chance of organizing this day together with the Value in Water Initiative of the Netherlands. In the last few days, we have held very significant debates on water regarding great topics of climate, sustainability, financing, energy, and food security. The outcome is a joint commitment of the participants in the region for the Water Summit in 2023 that will be held in New York next March. It was inspired in the work of the World Commission on Water Economics that was delivered here that will submit its report in New York during the conference. Today's task is to focus on the agreements of these last 3 days and to apply a practical content to those. The Netherlands are very much present in the regional dialogue in the region about water, not only because the Netherlands will chair the UN Water Summit, but also because of the very intense cooperation in terms of water between the Netherlands and Chile, among other areas in the nature-based solutions and knowledge exchange in terms of integrated water management, about biodiversity and making farming more sustainable, um, reducing water footprint. The challenges of water security for all are huge in Latin America and the Caribbean. In spite of being rich in terms of water, its distribution is unequal, both geographically as well as socially. Let's think of the water stress in the cities and water conflicts in rural areas, and the fact that access to sanitation is still limited. Today, is a day in which the exchange of practical experience will precisely address these areas. And we're extremely pleased to be able to contribute to that from the Netherlands. with the Value in Water initiative. Please allow me to take a step back now and to sketch the history of the water in the Netherlands and how this fits in the Value in Water initiative. The Netherlands are known for their experience in water management. Some say if you have problems with water, related to water, call the Netherlands. That's what they say. But where does this history come from? Well, this week, on February 1st, 70 years have gone by from what we call the disaster. The dikes broke in several places in the southwest of the country, and 200,000 hectares of land were flooded. Uh, Towns were destroyed, cattle drowned, and more than 1,800 people died. At the time, well, it was an unprecedented disaster in a small country like mine. Today, floods like the ones in Pakistan are of unprecedented magnitude as well, even larger, much larger. Same year, then in 1953, the Netherlands government decided that it was a country in a country below the sea level. This should never happen again, and the Delta plan was developed. Large dikes and infrastructure were built, and sluices were built. And more than 43 years it took to build this plan, with 12 large infrastructure works and plus the dikes. That was the infrastructure phase, water as an enemy at the time. But even before the completion of the project, new water-based hazard happened, since all rivers had been shortened and many water flows had been channeled. Another flood was impending in case of any significant rainfall. A type of completely different water risk. Enough reason to start with a new program, and this time not with concrete, but with nature. Space was opened for the rivers, and the original meanders were redeveloped. A nature-based solution phase, nature as a friend in this case. In 2018, the high-level group on water focused on valuing water, as was chaired by Prime Minister Goethe from the Netherlands, that chaired, submitted a report to make every drop count. The report stated that we had to understand and value and to manage water in a better way, and consider this in the decision-making process regarding water. In the case of the Netherlands, it was proven that to a certain extent, due to climate change, droughts are more frequent, have been more frequent in the last few years. And this illustrates that the multiple values of water that one must bear in mind after infrastructure is built or nature-based solutions. Now we are in the water valuation stage, in which all of this has to converge. Valuation, however, is complex and not so visible. It also means consider the underlying value of organizations. A nice challenge today. After all, recommendations of the report are at the foundation of today's workshop. I'm just saying this to illustrate how the Netherlands has been working to finally integrate water evaluation. But I'm convinced that there are many examples and experiences in Latin America and the Caribbean in that regard. And today we are offered the opportunity to exchange these experiences among us, to encourage each other, to learn from each other. Most of the water valuing experiences that take place at the local level, on the everyday life, with people who have collected knowledge that has been communicated generation after generation. Sometimes we forget, but I believe today local knowledge is key. And each one of us has a different looking glass, so to speak, in terms of water evaluations. Therefore, we consider the water valuing approaches in a specific context in order to address water challenges in the region. The region has done many things in order to manage water. There's a long history of hydrographic watershed management and with the implication and engagement of all stakeholders. In the process, we have used, maybe even unconsciously, a water evaluation lens, so to speak. We can explain, we can make an explicit objective regarding valuing water by using a perspective that values water, contributing to a better decision-making process in water management that is relevant for urban, rural, natural, and economic water. How can it contribute to that? After the high-level group meeting, Peru and the Netherlands were part of that meeting. Both countries have been collaborating in order to integrate water evaluation in the integrated water management. The pandemic has caused some delays, but it's an example of the joint statement regarding how to value water. We can learn so much more about water funds that are used in several countries, from Mexico to Peru, that include sustainable ecosystemic management, private partnerships, ecosystemic services payments, nature-based solutions, educational programs, leadership, community leadership, and local knowledge in order to achieve a more sustainable and integrative water management for all. I assume that all these experiences will be the starting point for a very rich exchange in the development of joint knowledge in order to cause the value-based approaches to be more explicit and to be more firmly settled in water management initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean. Undoubtedly, this will, at the end of the day, uh, will mean a commitment to show the shared ambition about a water valuation in the Water Summit at UN in 2023. For sure, it will contribute to the success of this summit. Before closing my remarks, I wanted to thank first the ECLAC team, Jeanette, Silvia, Marina, and everybody else. And of course, I'd like to also thank uh, the team of the Netherlands, Reinaldo, Perelio, Iris, Belsma, and Henk Ovink, who is not with us anymore, and everybody else in the delegation that have contributed to the initiative and the presentation. And during these discussions and the deliberations that will take place today as well. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the success in the world today.
Muchísimas gracias, señora González.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gonzalez. While we wait for Mrs. Ati Kiwa, she is a Colombian indigenous environmentalist. We are going to start the first session of today regarding the global acceleration framework and water evaluation principles towards sustainable and inclusive water transition. And first, we're going to listen to a presentation by Iris Bausma to discuss the conceptual framework of the Valuing Water Initiative. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me and for offering me the floor. I'd like to thank the ambassador for starting the day. For me, it's very important because it's about valuing water. It is Belsma. I'm the coordinator of the Valuing Water Initiative program in the Netherlands. The program is led and implemented by three ministries in the Netherlands: Foreign Affairs, Infrastructure and Water Management Ministry, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate. Let me see if I can Well, our goal as a program is to implement the water valuing principles, and I'd like to delve into details regarding what are those principles. These are the five principles, and we're going to start with the first principle, which is to recognize and embrace multiple values of water in all decisions and in all groups that affect water. That is to say, not only the economic value, but also the social, environmental, cultural, and other values that must be considered in the decision-making process. The second principle is to reconcile values and to build trust amongst all stakeholders. It is something complex, but it's not impossible to do. The third one is to protect the sources, water sources. Fourth one is to educate, to empower. And the fifth is to invest and to innovate. So our goal is to basically foster and implementing these five principles. I will give you now a little bit of context in terms of what is the origin of the development of these five principles. And as Ambassador Gonzalez said, there was a high-level panel on water where different heads of states in from Latin America represented Peru and Mexico, where they said that there's a world crisis in the making, and because in the different contexts we are already experiencing that crisis, and so we need to accelerate the SDGs uh, in order to achieve the SDGs, and specifically SDG number 6. They said that we are taking water for granted, and the world can no longer be that way. We need to understand, to value, and to better govern water. So they established or they developed these five principles, and different stakeholders and groups have taken these five principles for implementing them in their own regions. So we, as the Netherlands, have adopted them, and we have developed a program. There are other countries that have also adopted them, and I'd like to give you some examples. For example, in Bangladesh, they have taken these five principles and they implemented it in their water action plan nationwide in order to improve water management efficiency improvement. King's College in London sees it from the academic point of view. So they have taken these five principles and they provide input to public policy making in order to improve or for a better water evaluation. And we also have amongst us that the Global Water Partnership, who have developed a number of social dialogue instances, but also some tools to discuss water value and how we can take that into consideration in our water governance initiatives. And also, as it's been said, with the Peruvian government and the Netherlands, have implemented in the Chacailambayi watershed, which is a water evaluation project. And finally, I'd like to give you an example of the UN Water, which that in 2021 have adopted the valuing water topic as their leading topic in their annual report that I truly recommend for you to read it because it's very interesting.
Ahora, now going to the Netherlands on water valuation, we have a change theory based on this five principle and the perspective of values, and also together with uh, dynamics of water. It is no longer possible that we only see water. Water, as we all know, is related with everything. Our decision making should be inclusive and considered holistically, consider the whole system. We want to improve the decision making processes in order to accelerate the progress towards achieving SDGs and as well as the Agenda 2030. We work under four pillars. The first pillar being the path. I would like to highlight some of them. One of those paths is where we put the value of water and we try and put higher in the agenda about regarding financial institution. We are discussing with pension fund administrators and also investors, so they consider the water risk involved in their investments and act upon it. Another pathway that we are working with the youth to listen them better and to provide a space in the decision-making roundtables to be more inclusive. And another path, I already mentioned it, in Chancay and Lambayeque in Peru. The second pillar is exemplary leadership. We work in different continents. We look for those processes and projects that are exemplary in relation to water valuation. Some projects and processes has explicitly state what are the values and what they are doing with them. The others are implicitly, and we are analyzing those values. The third pillar is a learning platform. We are putting together a learning platform where we gather information about water values, evaluation tools, literature, best examples. The fourth pillar is inspiration for action. We supported Mina Buli. She's an ultra marathonist. She runs 200 marathon in less than 1 year to the water conference to inspire everybody who wants to come with her so they get inspired about water. She's a real machine. Finally, I want to highlight the regional processes. We have, with the purpose of publicizing the mentioned principles and understand the regional reach or scope of those principles, and also see what we can do in the region in the future. We have developed a list of webinars both in Latin America, Caribbean, and in Africa region. And now I am here in person at ECLAC. We have had a workshop on valuing water, and also we will conducting the same a workshop in Africa at the end of January. We are gathering all committees, so we go to New York with an action plan and a plan of commitment to move forward in this topic of valuing water before to be able to present what we are doing so far. But I am very much interested in listening from you how we can work in the future together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Iris, for sharing not only different values associated with water, but also principles that are also a call for action. This is what we are looking for. Now I give the floor to Madam Silvia Saravia from the Natural Resources Division of ICLAC. Thank you, Marina, and thank you, Iris, for your presentation. Now, in this time, I'm going to share the acceleration pillars of SDG 6. What is interesting and it's natural synergy with the Value Water Initiative from the Netherlands and also Global Water Principles from the United Nations. I want to go with you step by step when we analyze each one of the pillars, which are data, information, funding, capacity building, innovation, and governance. You will see that most of the commitments that we hope to be reflected in our plan of action for water in the region will be included. So let's see some of the message that derive from that. In this day at the ECLAC, we have told you that investing in water has a lot of environmental, social, and economic sense. It makes sense. We have repeated over and over that an effort of 1.3% of regional GDP annually will allow to close the gap in potable water and sanitation, and it will involve also entailing the direct creation of direct jobs amounting to 3.6 million jobs every year. So it's a great potential of economic potential in our region. Marina also referred yesterday about the potential of circular economy, how we can obtain resources from sewage and wastewater, how treatment plants will help restore the soil and generate fertilizers, necessary fertilizers, and replenish the water catchment areas. But we need to consider that we not only need to address quality, but also the quantity, but also the quality of investments. So make a call to banks to provide innovative facilities and also to understand under the point of view of solidarity investment. We over and over stress the need to measure on a more harmonious way in order to know where are we and where we wanted to go. And I want to highlight Iris' commitment and another world report. One of the main conditions was if we don't know what's going on, well, water surface, much less we have any information about groundwater. So we made a call to improve monitoring network for groundwater about knowledge, capacity building, sorry. We, together with the members of the expert in water matters, we need to support a principle 5 countries with the idea of expanding and provide a space for exchanging experiences so that governments Gato will provide his report. Government should be innovative. They should not be afraid of innovate and have the capacities to generate those partnerships with multiple stakeholders. So much we have been listening in these recent days. Regarding innovation, I want to stress this is an analysis that we conducted with the water team. This is elasticity study. We were analyzing how much water we're extracting, how much was the growth of the GDP. And unlike European countries that have decoupling with higher development, they extract less water. This is the reverse in our region. Chile is the one showing the greater coupling. So let's see if once the Minister of Agriculture told us yesterday if we will need to be more efficient in order to decouple. The challenge is to improve efficiencies also. And with this simple indicator of cubic meter dollar of GDP, we can see that we are well below world standards. And finally, the great protagonist also for dialogue, the call for a democratic, inclusive governance, taking the words of our colleague from Nicaragua, who says from the bottom to the top, from down to the top, because not only we are stakeholders that have interests, we are all owners of water, and the water is a matter of everybody at the title of this presentation. Today's session is a call to provide, to give voice to youth, indigenous people, all regions of our continent, Afro-American descendant, that we can have a voice and say that from the localities that we are making changes. So I'm very pleased to that people and we collected initiatives that are valuing water and accelerated SDGs goals, and we received over 250 requests at ECLAC. All of them very, very valuable. But we selected only at 12 of them, and because we think that these can be scaled up, this can repeat it and those initiatives with a greater impact. So we are very proud that they are here today with us, and I can take the floor and tell us how are they tending to this water issues, how are they valuing water. And with that, I want to close my intervention to give the floor directly to the first panel on governance mechanisms to value water. So Marina, I will give the floor to Fabiola Tábora. I'm going to give the floor, so we start directly with the first section. Thank you. Thank you, Silvia. Good morning to all of you, and thank you very much to ECLAC for generating this space and organizing this dialogue that will allow us to exchange on the progress made in the different countries and understand how we are doing it. Because yesterday we discussed a lot of what, but now we need to know how. I think that this is precisely what we are going to discuss today. How and what are actions at the country level to move forward in achieving SDG 6 and be able to identify together what are the actions and commitments that will allow us to work in a coordinated manner to deal with the different challenges, to address the challenges identified. To really overcome the challenges, we need to start, as it is, and Silvia already mentioned, we need to start by recognizing the value and the importance of water. Without that, we will not be able to move forward. And regarding the principles shared by Iris, we have a basis to share values among the different stakeholders involved in water management. In this session about the water valuation and governance mechanisms in basins in lag, we will listen to experiences that show us the importance water have for different groups, including women, local communities, and how through their involvement in decision making in their own context, they can rescue this ancestral wisdom that can generate sustainable solution to overcome the gap in the access to potable water and safe water. We asked all the members of the panel at the time that can reflect on how the water valuation principles relate to their own experiences. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Marisa Macmillan from the Adopt the River Secretariat Water Resources Agency from Trinidad and Tobago. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Hello and good morning, everyone. I'd like to say thank you very much to the Kingdom of the Netherlands for inviting us here today, the Value Water Initiative, Deltares, and the Global Water Partnership. Here today, I'm here to present on one of the projects within my country, which is the Adopt a River program, and to show the synergies in terms of between that program and the Value Water Initiative, right? Particularly from a governance mechanism. So I'd let you know that the Adopt a River program actually came out of the utility, which is the water resource, which was the Water and Sewage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. And the program was actually developed as a response to the impact of watershed degradation on the water resources throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And in particular, because we would have seen increases in the cost of being able to treat water, increases in the frequency with which we had to deal with pollution incidences, and the general impact that it would have been having on the entire water resources throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the key things that would have been taking place is that we would have had a reduction both in the quality and the quantity of water. And you know that in cases like that, we would have had to look for new sources because we would have some traditional sources would have had to be decommissioned. So what did we do? The Adopt a River program was developed. So the Adopt a River program is a mechanism to minimize the debilitating impacts on man's activities on Trinidad and Tobago water resources, to ensure for rehabilitation of the existing quality and to ensure for long-term conservation of the resource. And basically, how did we go about that? So one of the key things that we would have done is that
we would have taken up IWRM in action. And why I say so is that we would have engaged all stakeholders, governmental organizations, NGOs, CBOs, corporate Trinidad and Tobago, and the community in getting them to play an active role as it relates to water resources management. And that is through projects, right? The structure of the entire program would have been, we have a multi-sectoral steering committee, and adapter of a secretariat that allows for some of the management of the project and providing technical resources. That's the unit that I'm from. And then we have a project implementation unit, and that's to be able to make sure that the actual project can be expanded. And beyond that, we have the adopters. And the adopters are the persons that I would have identified before, the governmental organizations and all that sort of stuff. Right, moving forward, because I know time is limited. IWRM in action. So what are some of the activities that we would have actually engaged in? So initially we would have done programs like cleanup activities. And that is just to basically be able to encourage and get the involvement of the community and, have them be doing particular activities to be able to see and to recognize the impact that is actually having on the water resources throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We also would have invested in a number of public education and awareness projects. Now, public education and awareness, it didn't stop at one tier. It would have taken place at a number of different tiers. So it would have been at the level of the schools. It would have been at the level of the communities. It would have been at the level of actually creating community or environmental stewards that we refer to as community water warriors. We would have also done a lot of reforestation type activities, reforestation and rehabilitation, because one of the major issues would have been habitat and watershed degradation. Now, the thing about it is that it was the type of activity that we would have done within the given areas would have been specific to the issues that were taking place at the point in time. We would have also done a number of school-based assignments and also competitions to engage members of the youth, get them thinking about water and how they can actually contribute. Moving forward, some of the other activities is a water quality monitoring program, and that was based at the community level. So when we engage the community, we would teach them how they can test the water for themselves. And beyond testing quality, also the quantity of water. So they can actually see from time how their local environment would have changed. Then we would have also done voluntary affluent cleanups, and that is actually engaging corporate Trinidad and Tobago and also say farmers, a number of different producers to essentially clean up their act. Sometimes we take for granted that they know the impact that they're having on the community and the water resources. However, it's a simple case of not actually knowing what are the best solutions. Beyond that, we would have engaged in a number of community-based projects. And one of the key things about community-based projects is that the ideas in itself would have come from the community. Now, one of the key things about that entire approach is so that they can actually see measured change within their community. We would have also done a number of water management projects in terms of fixing older intakes, and then also on a larger scale, a rainwater harvesting project. Good. So how does all of this relate to the Value Water Initiative and the Value Water principles? Right? I would say that the Adopt a River program, otherwise known as the AARP, embodies all the principles as it relates to the Value Water Initiative. We do recognize and embrace water's multiple values because we would have looked at it from the perspective of water supply, not only for drinking water, but for agriculture as well. We would have focused on things like on-farm water management, all that sort of stuff. We would have focused the value of water from an ecological perspective, a recreational perspective, the spiritual uses of water, right? We would have also used in terms of reconciling the values and building trust, is the entire IWRM approach, whereby all stakeholders had a say, right, in terms of managing the resources within the country. Moving forward, we would have also focused a lot on the protection of source. So one of the things I would say is that in terms of winning water, the approach that needs to be used, it needs to be very much holistic, and it needs to be specific to the area that you're actually doing your intervention. In terms of education and empowerment, we would have spent a little bit of time on that before, but one of the key things that we would have done is that we would have had a creation of environmental stewards. So some of them would have come to the program not knowing anything at all, and now they are champions, and that's what you need on the ground. You need champions to be able to, be the persons that will carry your initiative forward and to promote to the rest of Trinidad and Tobago the importance of actually, protecting the water resources. And not only that, understanding their activities and knowing what to do to correct their actions. Then finally, invest and innovate. And I would say that I would give my organization kudos as it relates to that, because we didn't throw our hands in the air. What they would have done is that they would have seen, listen, I have a problem. My operational costs is increasing every single year and it's not going to get better, right? So what did they do? They invested. They invested in a project of this nature that is not necessarily something that a utility might invest in. And then secondly, in terms of from concept to reality, a lot of the design of the project was done in-house. Good. Right. So in terms of recommendations for persons that are engaged in similar projects, I would say that it's important to create these synergies between the activities that you're doing and the science. It's important because you want to be able to, going forward, have some type of scientific research that can feed back into it. You need to be able to show progress, actual real progress. Additionally, it's important to have short, medium, and long-term benefits, right? Because short, medium, and long-term benefits at the different skills actually keep the momentum of the project, and that's something that you want to do, all right? It's also important to have projects that are mutually beneficial to all stakeholders. So all your stakeholders need to see how it's beneficial to them. It's also important to have environmental stewards and for you to also have a very transparent project. Transparency is key. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marisa, for sharing that experience with us and for showing the application of the 5 elements for water evaluation, showing how the results of innovation and commitment are so useful and beneficial in the long term. It has empowered those involved, and it has permitted sustainability in time through the participation of different players and a holistic approach. Very well, we will now give the floor to Jonali Hernandez from the municipal government of Berriozábal, Mexico. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, authorities present, and I'd like to, first of all, thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here. I'm Yonali Hernandez Avila, Secretary from the environment, Berrio Sabal, Chiapas. Uh, we, we involve us three communities in Mexico. Now more than ever, we must protect the water in all parts of its cycle so that what goes may come back. It's important to know about the efforts that are being uh, implemented to that purpose and how public and community partnership is ensuring that we will meet SDG 6 water and sanitation in the rural areas where we live. We are fortunate to have that vital element, and we're also aware of the inequalities and the issues that come about in such a vulnerable sector. We're talking about the rural communities in Chiapas and elsewhere. Having that in mind, the government of Chiapas started in 2018 an ambitious job that is a program in order to face the problems that for decades have affected this region. We identified corruption, lack of citizen participation, lack of participation among women, and lack of training. We therefore got in touch with the rural communities who in turn are in charge of water management. Rio Sal is part of Chiapas in the south of Mexico, by the way. There we have more than 200 communities living. Some already did have a potable water system, but they had been built without community consultation or any type of community organization and delivered without any kind of training. It was something that was scheduled for 10 years, but in only 2 years it was completely obsolete. Now, we created a secretariat for community services for water. First of all, we had to recognize water management in my country because that is where a decision is making with budgetary autonomy, legal security, and it is also managed by the government board. Now, how are we able to achieve sustainability in this project? Because our municipal governments last only 3 years. Now, the Congress of Chiapas approved an innovation. We set up, as I said, a board made up by federal municipal government authorities and by the local community so that they have the last word. And we also provide a training in financial resources management so that the very communities may tackle that organization. We have used the principles of water balance, and they are recognizing water valuation. We have identified what were the values found amongst these communities and why that was so needed. We reconciled these values, we built trust. In our country, we know that there was a lot of mistrust amongst local communities towards local governments. That is why worked hand in hand with all parties in order to ensure this fundamental human right. We are also protecting the sources because that's where this vital liquid comes from. We are now restoring that together with the rural communities. Naturally, educate to empower. The local communities are trained through our strategic partners so as to know things such as gender equality, hygiene, water, sanitation, and the management of their own resources. We also have innovative investment. There are some communities that are living in natural protected areas. And that is why we had to do work such as water to retrieve rainfall. And that was very beneficial to the communities. Now, the communities are the ones that define where the investment is going to be headed in water management system. With collaboration amongst women and youngsters have an important role in decision making. OMSCAT has encouraged the creation of 36 water community commissions and 33 brigades of women and girls between 18 and 28 years of age. They work in following up what's happening in the water communities. Some have been able to have more than 16 women as president of these communities, where before women were just not considered. Right now, they're part of the decision-making process. And besides, the brigades and the communities have specific tasks having to do with improving the health of all who live in the communities, such as uh, adding chlorine to the source of water, training provided by OMSDOT on water, sanitation, hygiene, resource management, gender equality, as well as keeping up the networks of drinking water. During the COVID pandemic, they themselves provided information to the communities, building trust when vaccination came about, and also providing antibacterial gels to face COVID. Let me talk about what we have achieved during these 4 years, together with the Water Brigade and the women presidents. More than 22 construction on water was done in these communities to capture rainfall, dry bathrooms, drinking water network, the building of storage tanks, as well as the distribution of drinking water network. A lot of progress was reached, such as gastrointestinal diseases went down, um, school dropout went down. We restored we reduced inequalities. We had a great participation of women and girls, and adding up to 16 presidents. Let me say that all of these efforts have improved water management in a comprehensive way. But I would like to end up stressing the fact that we must educate in order to raise awareness, especially for the future generations. We must preserve our natural resources so that we then may achieve the sustainable development that we so need so much, with less inequality, less suffering, and water security, timely water for all. And without these women and the community participation, we won't have any water. Thank you.
Thank you, Yonali, for sharing that experience and for showing how women can be change agents and how through education we can have empowerment and this is sustainable change and how from acknowledging the differences and the different values we can agree with the municipal governments and communities to implement actions that will help us moving forward for safe water for everyone. So let's go on to the next presentation by Saul Vicente. He's the Development Fund for Indigenous Peoples in Latin America and the Caribbean, PILAC. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Greetings to all the authorities with us today. The PILAC like to thank the initiative from ECLAC and the invitation extended from the Netherlands to attend these runner-up event for the World Water Conference. We have the conviction that indigenous peoples have protected water in the diverse forms and protected them, seed them, care for it. That's part of the life dynamics. Likewise, we believe that irrigation systems in indigenous communities mean a close relationship between water management and the other social functions. But in the communities, an expression of the holistic view of cooperation
resource management form of social security. Let me give you a couple of examples as a result of case studies conducted by FILAC. The Waru Waru or Sucacoyos, the Andean region in Bolivia, Ecuador, Peru. This is agriculture management for managing land, water, for wetlands, or for temporary floods. In the Atacama Desert, the Aymara communities cannot see water as a separated from irrigation. Both elements of them are a territorial unit which cannot be separated. The ancient habitat of the Ayu, where these recreates a culture and identity. So we cannot think of a public appropriation of lands or water. There is a right of common use regulated through rules which are accepted by everyone. The Cordillera Blanca in Huaraz, Peru, have saved water of the rivers because of the combination of ancient knowledge. Rio Negro has been affected by the mining tailings, endangering health and culture. So the community put together a bioremediation system to capture metals and the construction of settling cells using Totora uh, to absorb metals in the water. For TLAC, it's really important for public policies, global decisions, and regional decisions on water. Take into consideration the view and proposals from indigenous people that have lots to say and contribute, not only for themselves, but for the mankind as a whole. As the UN Economic and Social Rights, right to water is necessary to live and for the execution of other human rights. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Article 25 reads, Indigenous peoples have the right to keep and to strengthen their own spiritual relationship with land, territories, water, oceans, and other resources that they have owned or used, and to us to take the responsibility they are entitled to for current or future generations. The elements of right to water should be consistent with dignity, life, and health care, according to paragraph 1, article 11 and 12 of the International Agreement on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So these thoughts would mean the suggestion of some recommendations for the value and governance mechanisms of water with the involvement of indigenous peoples. One, to put in the constitution or national legislation the fundamental rights of indigenous people to drinking water and sanitation. Acknowledge the indigenous people cosmovision of water as a spiritual source and a common good. The social practices of use of these elements in a sustainable form. Technology applied to manage soils properly and the conception of the operation of ecosystems and flora and fauna. Three, to have co-management mechanisms of water resources among indigenous peoples and the states to guarantee the involvement of indigenous peoples, including women, youth, in the whole process of the World Water Conference and the follow-up of results of it at the various levels of governance, both national and international. Five, we accepted the proposal from Bolivia of recognizing the authority of community management for water and sanitation by indigenous people within the framework of science and culture. Six, we do support the initiative of the government of the Netherlands through the application of the principles for the valuing of water of the United Nations in order to have a system-wide change in the way we value water with the free, informed, and previous consent of indigenous communities. Thank you once again, EPAC, the Netherlands, Tade.
Muchas gracias por compartir con nosotros precisamente cómo
Thank you for sharing with us that by acknowledging this ancient knowledge, we can implement solutions that can allow us to acknowledge the application of the importance of principles for valuing water in order to provide sustainable solutions and also recognizing these rights through national legislation. So let's continue. We now go on to Alicia Bolivar and Melissa Céspedes' presentation on behalf of the Universidad Estatal a Distancia from Costa Rica. Thank you. Good morning, everyone with us today, both on site and remotely, particularly the the University Community of Costa Rica. Our initiative is female leadership in the full management of water, the Barrio Hotel de Cañas in Guanacaste, Costa Rica. This is a relationship between the academic and community, allowing us to generate education material for all those who would like to work and strengthen the SDG number 6, which is our topic at hand. First of all, let me offer about the information about where we are, which is in the dry corridor with plain lands interrupted by mountain system. However, by the 80s, there was a dramatic change in the landscape as a result of agro-productive activities at large scale, deforestation that increased erosion and affected water infiltration. The Cañas River Basin is having permanent floods. So this community is in the volcanic range of Costa Rica near Tenorio Mirawa volcanoes. Therefore, we have a hot springs and have an influence in the presence of natural arsenic affecting ground sources of water. It- so let me now offer the floor to Alicia. She's the community leader working with the community, offering solutions to face these community situations in floods and pollution. I'm proudly representing the community and the female women sector. We've been in such a critical situation that we have the need to carry out mitigation actions, prevention, and reconstruction activities. Thus, conducting community mapping activities to learn the vulnerabilities, threats, and we become then empowered to continue to struggle in the construction of a community network of early warning in the basin using radio stations for fluent and real-time information, allowing community members to warn people using an alarm so that they get ready, and in this way they can find temporary shelter if necessary, managed by the community. Education and economics support among the parties, national government, the central government, the local government, the community contribution, and the Japanese cooperation agency. We built the dam using recycled tires to mitigate the impact of floods. And of course, we were told that water, the well supplying water, our community has arsenic content. Hence, another fight, another struggle. We had to provide water to our community. We were connected to a nearby a water community, water association, which is suffering with a drought. Then they take us, they give us water using a water tank truck, and that took 10 years amidst a pandemic, which we were affected by. And in conversations and dialogues with the local government and other water association, the San Miguel de Caña community, and a situation we have to pay a debt of 7 million. Uh, 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 but they were selling us air instead of water. We had to fight so as not to pay that debt, which a debt which we didn't have because air is free. So we managed the cancellation of these debt. And finally, on December 4th, 2020, um, to our joy and thank God, we managed to have water for human consumption in our community. So the biggest challenge we have is building a multifunctional shelter to serve those people in the rain season when there is a flood. This problem we experience every year. And in closing, let me uh, ask you to see a documentary with the experience of our community using this QR code. And this is a big fight, and women, more water, less water pollution. We have been experiencing this in our community and with the face of a woman. So I'm very proudly uh, saying that we'll fight to move ahead. I would like to thank ICLAC, Lentare, the Universidad Estatal La Distancia, Melissa, because without her, this would have been possible for us to be here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia and Melissa, for sharing your experience and by recognizing the multiple values of water by establishing partnerships between academia and also communities, so one can implement sustainable solutions based on local knowledge. We should recognize the value of women's engagement and the perseverance they've shown, allowing them to find solutions to important problems and now having a water system that doesn't supply air anymore, but water. Now we're going to offer the floor to Mr. Luis Miguel Chaguayo from the Santa Barbara Peasants Community, Huancavelica, Peru. First of all, good morning. I'd like to thank ICLAC, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, for giving me the opportunity to present on an activity we're developing in our community. The activity is harvesting water at the watershed headers. So we are about 4,500 meters above sea level, and that limits our water sources because we rely on water. The Santa Barbara community is located in the Huancavelica region in Peru. It is a tourism hub because of the mines that during the colony, mercury was extracted. It was mined, and we also have La Montaña Guamarrazo, that is 5,300 meters above sea level. Its summit. That mountain a while ago was covered by a snow cap. You can only see it during the rainy season. The project started as a partnership of livestock and farmers. Basically, alpacas, cattle is basically the main activity there. We were involved in a drought, and that meant that we needed to look for ways to find water as an alternative. We found the repowering of pochas. Its definition is a water deposit, limited extension, and not very shallow as well. We do not have larger sources of water. And with the help of the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation, we made significant progress in these cochas in the area back in 2014. And in 2020, we formalized a users committee of the Huaquicocha, Guamarazo, and Santa Barbara communities. Pond of about 25,000 square meters on surface has been extended to 30,000 square meters. By multiplying the water storage capacity we have. The project started by building dikes, or levees made of clays and rocks in order to expand our water supply by doubling the storage capacity that we already had. And we also looked in other favorable areas in order to store water, and to leverage that water during drought periods. However, water recharge in artificial cochas due to natural sources, such as the case of rainfall, for example, it's not enough. And we must support it by controlling runoff, such as channeling that allows to divert water to the storage areas. In this way, we have the cochas at their highest capacity at the end of the rainy season. However, not all runoff can be leveraged in this way. We cannot direct it to storage areas, and so one needs to use other methods. And for that, we are implementing Amunes as a system. It's ancient artificial aquifer recharge system that exists in the higher lands, such as in the Sierra de Huarochirí. This allows us to use water directly from runoff to cause seepage on the prairies, and later on, those will be leveraged in the water harvesting initiatives. But the system is made up so that it protects the land, applying methods such as by raising the level of organic matter in the soil with grazing. We are basically raising cattle, alpacas in this case, also expanding vegetation coverage with endemic species. The significant elevation of the project leaves us with very limited options. So there aren't many plans that can adapt to that level of elevation in these regions. However, by looking, thanks to the academia, we found some species that may be adapted. In this case, we found the quinoa, which actually can withstand 4,500 meters above sea level. For example, these techniques, besides what I had just mentioned before, also allow for runoff management and increasing water seepage. The experiences we have had so far is the commitment of the family. So we have encountered the need to cleaning the liquid, and therefore we have resorted to scochas as a source of storage. We have developed water conservation and soil conservation methods. However, the climate change makes us value water even more, both for animal consumption and human consumption. This work is done by reciprocity with Selaine. We support one family, and then that family also provides support back. This allows us to strengthen collaboration among families. Also, women's engagement. They are the ones that contribute with value with their knowledge because they are directly related to water issues. And this is a call to attention to the committee. We only have a share of 35%. However, this project is thanks to one of them. Thanks to one of them, we are developing, and we are trying to make this a mass initiative in the area. And let's not forget that the support of the institutions, the integration of work and knowledge. Among the many benefits we've found so far is preserving the traditional wetlands. Usually used to be dried up in the months of July and August. They last until December, and in some cases, that coincides with the new rainy season. By having these ponds, that means we have the opportunity of actually um, fishing trout and increasing tourism. As you see there in that lagoon, in that pond, we have seated 5,000 trout, allowing us to have the visit of local tourists somehow. And it is also a refuge for wildlife. We Hojas are also a refuge for the ganso andino or duck. Now we're looking to expand these cochas in order to leverage them for agricultural purposes. I'd like to close mentioning the main objective, which is the efficient water efficient use, a multi-purpose use that according to the needs for human consumption, cattle consumption, and also wildlife refuge to preserve ecosystems and among many others. And by going over literature, I found that there are several aspects of the SDG number 6, such as 6.1, 6.4, 6.6. Thank you very much. Thank you, Luis, for sharing your experience and also how by applying these technologies, traditional methodologies and ancient methodologies, you've been able to overcome the drought problem, but you've also been able to come up with new benefits, as you said, in terms of biodiversity, but also in terms of economics of the local communities through alternative income sources. So thank you very much for sharing that experience with us.
Ahora vamos a
We will now show a video clip of the experience that was shared by Alicia and Melissa. We'll be able to, I think we have time to see that. So we'd like to ask the people in the audiovisual booth to help us, please, to play the video.
Aquí tenemos un lindo río que la
This
naturaleza nos
massive
dio,
river
que es
of
el río
nature
Cañas.
gave us is
Y
the
a
Rio
través de él se
Cañas. Then
puede
when this
bravo y es
river
cosa seria.
is
Hay que
running fast,
evacuar
it becomes
nosotros
serious.
los
One needs to
pescadores de
evacuate.
abajo
We located at the
vamos
lower
a
part of the watershed. We are really, when the dike didn't exist, with our backyards were flooded. Water is key. It would be, of course, that is was extremely needed. And when officially we were told that our well was contaminated with arsenic, and many people became sick, had kidney problems. They said that we were interconnected. If we were connected to the neighboring community, our well was not going to be enough. We, people need their water. Practically, my children are growing by actually bringing water from a tank. We need to start from zero to build back again our supply system. San Miguel has its own water. The government officials that have running water in their homes, but not here.
Bueno,
Okay, in the video, we were able to listen local voices and recognizing all your leadership to really overcome this issue. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Guillermo Donoso from the International Water Resources Administration for comment on the experiences we have been listening in this panel. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you very much for each one of your presentations that show that we can go beyond what we call paralyzing because due to analysis. It is possible to take different values of water and include them into management in order to arrive to sustainable, effective management. What are the main points of this presentation? First, the most important concept is that water has different roles and represents different values. Water is essential to life and sustainability and subsistence of communities and ecosystems. And that shows us which are some of these different valuations. Very clearly, it's very clear from the different presentation that there is a value for health and supply of the whole population, the environmental component, sustainability and biodiversity, even more the social cultural role of water, the ancestral value of native or original peoples, and finally, as a input for agricultural activities, which is essential for the livelihood of communities. This diversity of function should not be considered when a single group, a single sector, a single community that has its own valuation and its own vision, but decisions made without considering all stakeholders, all people that have a role in the use of water, but also they provide value or assign a value in the use of this. It is extremely important to consider that all people in this endeavor, the point of the need of incorporating everybody was absolutely evident in the presentation by Philak on the relevance of community management, the importance of including everybody, and also consider the cosmovision of indigenous people. Second, it is also evident that the water reality is it's not unique. It changes, and each territory, it changes on a temporary, on a timeline basis, and it changes for the different societies. It presents itself in different chemicals and physical form. It has different issues that are not solved always with technology and traditional management decision. Luis Miguel presentation shows us exactly the importance of acknowledging those different realities and how to move on forward in a very specific reality or environment with problems that are not existing or present in other environments. Value on water involves to connect cooperation mechanisms, more specifically at the understanding between individuals and social group. If everybody is not around the table presenting our own value and appreciation, it's very difficult to advance in effective management, which is very clear in Jonalia Danles presentation on UMSCAT, community management of the water. She showed how they could go beyond and advance and make progress in at the community level. Also, women leadership in the integral management, it's essential. The contribution of women is essential in this water management. Water valuation reflects a connection at a multiple scale within local processes and larger relationships regarding its allocation, water use, and water conservation. That was presented in the Adopt a River presentation, how they were able to consider all of these aspects and to conclude what is clear from the presentation. I think that the most important message is that we need to change our paradigm that we have regarding water management. And one of the first initial steps is to eliminate this idea that decisions on water management are made through an objective logic. We need to incorporate all of subjective values in order to achieve a sustainable and a really effective management. We need to learn how our values are all connected with water. And lastly, we need to apply decision-making management with ethics to the larger realm of interaction of human beings and nature. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guillermo, for your thoughts. Now we would like to give you the stage for your comments or whether you have any questions to the people for the panelists, members of the panel. Now we open space for questions. Good morning. I am Paulo Herrera. I am from the Diaguita people from the Alto del Carmen in Chile. We are a Diaguita community in we have 375,000 hectares in the high mountains in Chile. I am a hydrologist. I work in applied research, and we have developed a methodology to value the social welfare in the use of water. We collaborate at different places and we offer to the guests the idea of developing our methodology through open source indicators that can be linked to our communities and binding for communities. We need that. It's very important to deal or address these challenges, considering also Mother Nature. Mother Nature, we need to take care of Mother Nature. It's not that ecological center and buy shoes for your mother. My mother would not wear the shoe. So how can we make our Mother Nature sustainable with real social impact and go beyond this discussion on efficiency? We think that we need, yes, to be efficient in the use of water, but we have developed public policies since 1920. In this methodology, we apply indicators. I see here around a lot of public managers and people make decisions with indicators. We develop our indicator with efficacy, efficiency, sustainability, profitability, all but we have listened to the Minister of Agriculture and of the challenges in Chile. I have worked in the implementation of executive decree in Chile on extraction of surface water, but we have been dealing with international companies such as Barrick Gold, the mining company. We, the local, want to have a real development and exogenous development. Today, the implementation on the use of resources are, they use technology, they use software, they monitor the water, but we were not able to apply our knowledges and to fill the gap. We were excluded because the machines are winning over us, but we have a different cosmic vision in order to achieve a real governance. We were not being included in these processes. We stayed outside. We were excluded from the process. We cannot act with Mother Nature because there's a sensor installed to measure water. This is a model installed in Chile that measured extraction or removal, but we do not know how much water has been extracted. We have 3 ponds and we do not know how much waters. Today we have floods that generate a lot of runoff water, and we do not know how much water was received by the Santa Juana River. We are suffering the impact, and we do not know how water is being measured in Chile, how we can develop through knowledge and through our own methodology to provide Latin America and the Caribbean the opportunity to really value social welfare in the use of water and make decisions with quantitative instruments. So we are open to, and we invite you to anyone who wants to be familiar with our work. We will be pleased to show our work. Thank you very much. And now we have Natalie, and with those two interventions, we wanted to close here. So Natalie, thank you very much. I want to congratulate all those who have presented here their own experiences. They have a lot to learn and very significant aspect to recover. I have a question for Yonali Hernandez from Berriozábal, from Chiapas. Have you been able to promote this community public agreement, expand it to other municipalities? Have you been able to share and replicate your experiences? What have been the challenges? And second, have you been able to work in a legislative initiative to promote and recognize this type of community management to be included within the legal framework of the country? Thank you very much. This initiative started by the municipality, the government of Berriozábal municipality on its own. Now we have more municipal organization dealing with water and sanitation in different municipalities in my state, but I want to respectfully call the legislator or congresspeople in Chiapas and in the union to reanalyze or rediscuss the initiative of the state and regional water act that promote the efficient use of water resources, which is indispensable to overcome the social lacking or delay that we have also in our state of Chiapas as well as in the rest of the country. I think that there was another word, another question. Good morning. Thank you. First, thank to all of you for your presentation on ECLAC for this meeting. For the occasion, I want to ask Madam from Chiapas and people from the Costa Rica's distant state, what have been the main barriers in working from the work with youth? How have you been able to include, in a sense, what are the main doors that you have to call? What are the main challenges and the main barriers? Because I think that you want to expand your projects to more community in order to avoid the disaggregation or dispersion or dissemination of projects throughout Latin America, and also for indigenous peoples. What are the views on how different communities that are scattered, that do not form close communities, such as the case in Chile? What is the line that they can follow to have access to all those instances that involve public policy and reach all the legislative also bodies instances. I don't know if anyone wants to make any comment. Thank you for the question. In the specific case of Chiapas, the main challenge is the accidental geography. We have a very large territory with huge biodiversity, and it's very difficult sometimes to reach local community. It is necessary to create a strong relationship between communities and government at all levels by creating trust and synergy to work hand in hand. Also look for methodology for more inclusive, playful, and recreational methodologies to call for youth that are today in the decision-making, that are assuming decision-making roles. And they are raising their voice for a more sustainable. With that, we are closing this session. I want to mention the importance and how valuing principle are strongly linked to integrated water resource management, as has been mentioned. We need to acknowledge and recognize values, uses, and sector, and be able to sit around the same table to agree and apply sustainable solution that would allow us to make progress in a sustainable manner over time in order to achieve our SDG 6. The challenge is huge, and we triple our effort, and we will go out and we invite you to coffee, and please come back at 11 o'clock.
on the development of innovative capacities and data for the evaluation of water. Before beginning with our speakers, let me say that we are pleased to inform that Ms. Ati Kiwa is present here with us. She is a representative from the Colombian indigenous population, and she's now coming from the Arauco indigenous group. Ms. Atikiwa, you have the floor.
Mujina azi mezare bunchi minchanao nandi atikigwa zakinukwani abiri juavi kumunakanakwavani zay nazani. Un saludo del
I bring greetings from the heart of Santa Marta, Huaguaco, Biwigi, and Ganguango peoples. Thank you very much for ECLAC for inviting us to participate in the regional water dialogues for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to start out by saying that the cultural patrimony of the mountain peoples have been declared as UNESCO's world patrimony. And this is very interesting to maintain the natural cultural assets as base for territorial management. I'd like to start here because Yegua, which is water, is the place where the Aguaca nation honors the national cycle of water next to the relatives. When I was a child, I learned the meaning of that sacred relationship with water. But then the violence in my country helped my mother to become the first nurse epidemiologist expert. And then we moved into the capital city, and I wanted to then put down all of that experience from ancestral knowledge and change them into public policy. There was a social movement for Bogota to go into the new legislation on water. And we also wanted to go forward into a proposal to reconcile our peoples with water. I'd like to share this with you. It's a program called Polis from Water and Bacata that it means knowledge. I start out by recognizing these pre-Hispanic amphibious culture, like the Misca people. And they express the knowledge of indigenous people on how to harmonize the rain cycle, crops, into a safe and clean habitat for all species. But all this is also done by Inuits in Colombia. And for the mountain peoples, and I think all human settlements, water has always been extremely important. I wanted to call on all of you to pay heed to these cultural traditions that are still out there. And that reminds us that water and human settlements from their very origin have been very closely related. We wanted to go from human rights into water, the right to city and to the right to territory through a plan that would go down to small scales, to the neighborhood. The smallest spatial unit starting from the wetlands And there, then, trying to solve the social environmental issues that we face in our cities. In order to go back into history, here we have the pre-Columbian paradigms in America. That is the recognition of the irrigation system in different cultures, including the Muisca culture. There's also a straight relationship with between water and the highlands, Puyise, and their lagoons. When there weren't any trains, we used to come to the Sierra Nevada to honor this sacred place and lagoon. So we would like to celebrate the fact that the Colombian government recognizes the Black Line, because recognizing this sacred place related to water is really a progress. And part of the peaks where the river is born that eventually goes to the Caribbean, the natural cycle of water connects us. It crosses the continent, and we must figure out how to harmonize our nations with the natural cycle of water. In Bogota, we are not aware of the fact that the water that comes to our homes, that comes from the Amazons, Ukiah, and they are related to the sea. This is all very important for us. This sacred space of water and their activation is very important to us. In talking about the big challenges of our cities, the rivers and the watersheds, and we see this in Paris, in London, in Buenos Aires, Cairo, Santiago de Chile, and in Bogota as well. For example, the Bogota River. It's very important for us to have a uh, governance system, and that means a legal pluralism, recognizing that water is a stakeholder, that it is not set apart from culture. This is a proposal for collective management of our biocultural heritage. It also involves a change of a social legal structure, going beyond anthropocentric elements. Water is a subject of right. In Colombia, we have had the experience of the Atrato River and the experience of the Amazons of a subject of right, as the Pisma flatlands as well. We must overcome that idea of seeing water as a piece of merchandise or just as public service. This is a place where we have a high political level and we're working in a regional agenda. I invite us all to go beyond the mere definition of water and place water in something that is for all of us as a human right and also for the environment. I have had experience in the political affairs, and the district plan of water has 6 objectives and 6 strategies. This is a proposal to reconcile cities with water. And this can become a benchmark for all our Andean cities. It's an intercultural proposal joining different kinds of knowledges. It's very important to go over the framework over which we are building this agenda as well as public policies. On the other hand, in Bogota, we plan and we make decisions, always having in mind the large strategic operations. That's a macro scale of planning. But when we go down to small scale planning, we do not know much about the local cultures, communities, their relation with the environment. So this is a call on building the micro territory around water. This process will allow us to heal the relations with water. And this is a much wider idea of governance than the institutional one. What about the Bogota River? The watershed council or board decides, but the communities don't have anything to do on that. The options are very expensive and they just don't end up solving the pollution of the river. The solution, therefore, must involve community participation. The backbone of Bacata Hydropolis is a proposal to go forward in the democratic control of water and in the whole system. This is an invitation to reconcile water cycle with our culture. And it's a spiritual call to heal through water. Water is our mother source of healing. And our myth says that in the beginning of the creation, there was only the sea, and that was the spirit of everything that was to come. Aluna Ati Ruana. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Atikiwa. We thank you for your proposal related to plural governance of water that is to go beyond institutionality and your reflections on how to remember and bring back the cultural traditions and that close relation between water, earth, diversity, biodiversity. The water cycle connects us all. I thank you once more. And I now open the session, development of innovative capacities and data for the valuation of water. I am Reinaldo Penailillo. I work at Deltares, which is the research center for the lowlands in everything related to water. And we support the initiative for water valuation in this regional process that we started last year. We are now on the road towards the UN Water Conference in March and beyond. I ask my colleagues who are here on the back to apologize me for not facing you. I'm sorry for that. In order to understand, to value, and to manage water, we must have knowledge, information in all shapes, whether it be quantitative or not, is basic. It streamlines everything that we need to know to understand water. There are different parts of that valuation that involves short, transparent, equitable systems, and also to protect water through investment, through innovation, and basically in order to empower different stakeholders. Educating to empower is one of the principles behind water valuation. There are examples and initiatives that we will bring you this afternoon and this session, and they will bring in further detail. On Tuesday, we held a workshop and a dialogue surrounding initiatives from different countries in the region. And I myself met representatives from rural indigenous communities, youngsters who are truly empowered. I was surprised to see and to feel the enthusiasm of these people. And they wish to lead knowledge and the awareness of water on how to have it a part of decision making. I think that these participants are true champions. I know that there are many other champions who wish to lead this message on. Some are here present and many are following us through the internet. Without further ado, I will bring in our speakers. We have also asked that they reflect on the water valuation and the principles involved. I am very pleased to give the floor to Paul Escajadillo. He is Technical Secretary of the Water Council, Chancay, Lambayeque in Peru. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning. Let me first of all express my appreciation to ECLACA for inviting me to be here, as well as Altares from the Netherlands, the Chilean government, and everyone present. The Water Council Chancay Lambayeque is in the northeast of Peru. To give you some background information on the formulation of this regulation, let me say that about 40 years ago, we already had the general law on water. That came about during the revolutionary government of Alvarado, together with the law on soil use and land use in 69. As you all know, the world evolved at a fast pace. And finally, in 2008, during the integrated management of water resources, the Peruvian government created the National Water Authority, the ANA. That is the regulatory body related to water. And the following year, we saw the law on water resources with a comprehensive focus. And from then on, we saw the incorporation of water councils at the watersheds. In 2011, we saw the creation of the Council for Water Resources at Chancay Lambayeque. In Peru, we have helped the creation of 29 of these councils. Only 12 of these have been set up, and the others are pending creation. That means that we have a lot to do. In 2014, we saw the approval of the plan for the management of water resources. That is a document that allows us to organize ourselves and do everything with the state in order to meet the objectives of this council. The council of Chancay Lambayeque is related to two departments. That is a multi-regional basin found on Lambayeque and Cajamarca provinces. These are two very important regions in the north of Peru. This council was made up by 17 players, amongst them the local government of Lambayeque and of Cajamarca. Why? Because the regulation states that the chair of the council would last 2 years, and it was to alternate between the two regions. It is also made up by local governments through a representative, as well as the land users representatives. In this occasion, we're talking about the Lambayeque users. They're a very important group in the north of Peru. We also see here the participation of non-agricultural land use, the professional associations. Right here, we see the College of Engineers also participating, as well as representatives from universities, because we must walk along the universities. We have Pedro Gallo University, where I graduated from, by the way, as well as the Cajamarca National University. So we are all in touch with them. We also have participants from the farmers associations and groups and different professionals. In 2014, we had not seen the full integration with a representative from Altrabase Basin.
Principales That's main contributors to the Chancay Lambayeque watershed. They're coming from a different watershed, a different basin. So we have a new concept here, which is not this is not just the jurisdiction at the watershed level, but also the management of these watershed. So we have a population use and the watershed management. We have 5,549 square kilometers, over 1 million inhabitants, 118,000 hectares of irrigation, and unfortunately, we already have a problem. 40% of the total surface area for irrigation is saline. There are many achievements in this board. Let me just name a few. It has built trust among users and the civil society as a natural platform for planning coordination to serve and manage people's demand. Participative presentation of water management plan and has been submitted in 2014, has been now updated, including the water security, interculturality, and women gender approach. A real-time platform for decision making, the week model to assess management planning, and the plan for the use of water availability, as well as a follow-up and of execution, which allows us to learn supply and demand on a weekly basis to have a balanced and consistent management. For Valoración del Agua project in Peru within the framework of the second memorandum of understanding signed on April 7, 2022 between El ANA and the Netherlands mission aims at developing a case on water value, water, as described by Reynaldo in the Chancay Lambayeque watershed area. Also, disseminate and submit concepts and results of the water value phase in the international network and international fora. Progress has been made thanks to the team allowing us to attend from Antares, and we have the recognition of along the basin. We have disseminated the goals and scopes of the project to the different leaders and users for power and purpose. We engage with the stakeholders to learn their issues. We've submitted alternative solutions to improve decision making. We have had workshops for strengthening of capabilities among stakeholders and decision makers for awareness and empowerment. We have future actions that are already underway. For instance, some commitments such as finding efficiency and efficacy of a 90% in the use of water by 2024. We also have the commitment of updating and digitizing information and sharing information on users of water rights, operation, maintenance, and funding of projects and interventions, among others. I mean, My apologies, I don't have enough time, but let me close by saying that water, it's pride of life. So gaining access to it is the basis for our existence. So thank you. Thank you, Paul, and thank you for setting a context of these board or council of water resources in the watershed, and the importance of the synergies and organization and coordination with the academia within the context of educating for empowerment, education for empowerment. Locally, and particularly in the Chancay Lambayeque watershed, we have had these capabilities strengthening for decision makers, but not only for them, but also for all the stakeholders. Thank you, Orestes. Now, let me offer the floor to our next speaker, Diego Aguilar. He is director of the Fundación León and Adelante in Argentina and Mexico. Diego, you're recognized. Welcome. Thank you, Reynaldo. First of all, let me thank ECLAC for the invitation to participate in these 3 days, very fruitful days. The government of Chile for hosting this, the Netherlands, Antares, and Global Water Partnership that helped with the success of this dialogue, which will be an important landmark into the Water Summit in New York. To me, it's an honor to represent Mexico, my home country, but also Argentina, which is my step country. And that's my presentation. I'm in building bridges. It's an honor, but also a responsibility because I'm speaking on behalf of many people in this project, people in Mexico as well as in Argentina, but also in Italy. This is an alliance, international alliance, and I will elaborate on that. So once again, thank you for allowing us to be here. Patti Silva on the Mixteca Network for the Water Defense in Mexico, in the Oaxaca state, the municipalities involved, Mixteca Oaxaqueña in Mexico, and especially the community of Santa Catalina Estancia in the Norte Colorado de la Mixteca. I would like to thank the Quilmes communities and Maita del Valle, the Cachaquis Valley in Argentina. They are supporting, they're behind this initiative, the project, and of course, underlying my remarks. Building bridges, our initiative, it's a triangular cooperation. It's called Water Education for Sustainable Local Development, aiming at addressing a concern that we had from Fundación León, which I represent. It's an organization in the Tucumán province in northern Argentina. And we've been thinking for a while on the best way to convey, disseminate knowledge and disseminate best practices and build capabilities, fully outline one of the principles of valuing the water to empower. This is so important, but it requires serious professional mechanisms for execution. And one of the ways we found to do that is through triangular education cooperation. We work within the framework of Adelante 2, which is a triangular mechanism between the European Union, the Latin America, and the Caribbean. This is a program from the European Union to the General Directorate of International Associations. So the goal of Adelante 2 is to contribute to the achievement of Agenda 2030 and inclusive and sustainable development between Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, using the potential of international association. In this second window we are at now, the priority has been set for a specific initiatives to react to the development challenges dealing with the pandemic, including mitigation of economic and social impact in vulnerable communities and the inclusion of youth in the building of a better world, a better future. Fundación León, together with Fundación APSI from Italy and APSI Mexico, with an office in Mexico, in 2021, the step of these triangular cooperation program to implement a project on climate change and sustainable development. The project was developed in Mexico and Argentina with a focus on two rural communities, Calchaquíes valleys in Argentina and Mixteca Oaxaqueña in Mexico. From this first experience, then we found that one of the main issues and pressing issues was water, especially community management of water. So in the second step in 2023, 2022, 2023, we managed to submit this new initiative, Water Education for Sustainable Local Development, with some of the members in the alliance. This is Fundación León, APSI Mexico, APSI Italy, but also we had the University of Bologna and the Secretary of State of International Relations on behalf of the Tucumán province government. So this initiative, a triangular cooperation, aims at working with the youth and women from indigenous communities in a rural context characterized by the improvement of water management with a focus on local and sustainable development. Of course, trying to address SDG 6 and SDG 4. Our point is that water management is focused on, or should revolve around education. As I said, we're working within the framework of the European Youth Year, with an emphasis on working with the youth and the women, and the implementation of strategies and virtuous systems of comprehensive and equitable management of water to convey throughout America, between Mexico and Argentina, different models of water community management, which has been successful, and systematize them in a better, than the best manner. We have had activities in Oaxaca in Mexico and Tucumán in Argentina. These are workshops, seminars, and site visits based on the valuing of experiences and specific skills that we as Alliance share internally and with the beneficiaries in the virtual on-site mode, which is highly beneficial for the project. These are the 7 activities within this initiative. The Water Resource Comprehensive Management Seminar hosted by León and CEDI. In Tucumán, we had people from the Mixteca network of water defense. Was really interesting. As a result of this seminar, we implemented several activities and even some solution and water infrastructure in the Tucumán province, in the Valles Calchaquíes community. ONU Women and ECLAC had a workshop on gender and water, highly beneficial for the whole alliance, and we thank them, especially ECLAC, for joining this activity. We had site visits at the University of Bologna, especially for the dissemination of bioirrigation mechanism, quite interesting, for community water management, a workshop on environmental education by Fundazione APSI, a seminar on water community water management in Mexico and in Oaxaca, where we share experiences and knowledge, and a consulting effort on the water education model by Fondazione APSI. The last activity that will take place between the 22nd and the 23rd of February. We're very pleased and excited. The time is coming. It's a Congress on environmental education and comprehensive water management. that will take place in Oaxaca de Juarez. And we are very pleased of having many of you in these activities, which we believe it's a way to walk into the water conference in New York. Thank you, everyone, for your time. And I hope we can close and adjourn these days.
Muchas gracias, Diego.
Thank you, Diego. I'd like to highlight a quote you mentioned. Education is at the core of water management and the need to have serious mechanisms to educate and to empower. And you presented an example of water education for local rural development with strong initiatives with women, the youth, and communities. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. So we are going to go to our next speaker. We have the presence of Natalia Rebolledo, CEO of Fundación Un Alto en el Desierto. And we also have Nelly and Giselle present. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Happy to hear your voices. So Natalia, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to greet everybody, those who are here and those who are remotely connected. I'm representing the delegation of Fundación Un Alto en el Desierto from Chile. It's an NGO. We're going to see the presentation right now to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. We as a foundation, we take the UN motto very seriously, which is every drop counts. So our dream is to develop a green and human barrier that prevents the progress of the Atacama Desert in Chile. We as a foundation, and we are the first network, the intergenerational network, and we're here represented by several generations from Giselle, Nelly, me, and the whole delegation that ends up there with the gentleman with gray hair. We're all represented here, different ages, different stages and generations of this network or of mist and rainfall harvesting and also wastewater harvesting communities that are wastewaters are the wastewater coming from washing machines, showers, and sinks. Chile is one of the countries with the highest levels of water stress worldwide. We have a larger water demand, larger than the one we can supply, and also is due to the unequal distribution between our territories and our regions. We come from Coquimbo region, which is the southernmost boundary of the Atacama Desert, which is the driest desert in the world. A territory that has been strongly affected by the mega drought that has been running for over a decade, and also climate change, which has meant a reduction in rainfall, increase in forest fires, and floods when rainfall takes place. Water supply through tank trucks is a part of our landscape. We see trucks every day distributing water. The expenditure because of this in 2015, in a year, our country was spending more than $43 million, and that's growing year after year. Almost a whole country has been declared in water scarcity. And Coquimbo, besides water scarcity, is suffering from soil degradation that is also evidenced by the damage caused by the separation between the ownership of water and the ownership of land. I'd like to leave Nicolas Schneider, founder of Un Alto en el Desierto, to share some of his thoughts and some information. Thank you, Natalia. For us, as a foundation, and among the communities we work with, we clearly see the water problem, the water issue in our country. We agree with a document developed by UNDP in 2021 that has to do with the pending challenges with water in Chile. It's seven of them. We are looking at four on the screen. It is quite clear what the effect is of climate change on water resources. We see a lengthening of drought. Uh, we see the presence of alluvial masses in our watersheds, and you can also see on the news very much associated to forest fires or wildfires. And clearly, there's the pressure on water by extractive and production activities that are obvious. There's something else that is important, which has to do with the dispersion of public institutions in the decision-making process. The World Bank has identified 43 institutions that have an impact on water decisions. And imagine that for users, communities, and everyone who is involved in a watershed. And UNDP says that data availability and use is limited. What we see as FUAD, as our foundation, is that in spite of that limited data availability, what we see in our watersheds, in our communities, are diagnostics. Today in Chile, it is quite hard to develop this kind of projects because we find over-intervened communities with previous projects that did not render positive results. And that makes it hard for us to actually approach them as NGOs or foundations to work with these communities. We have to cover a much longer path in the process to get to them. Now, as to the state, I could actually dwell on this in the Chilean state regarding water, but clearly among communities, what we see is that is not up to the expectations what we have as citizens, as inhabitants. There's also something that we need to think about, which is everything regarding water sometimes is boring. Lots of things about water are obsolete or they are a secret. And many times we take water as something complicated for communities, also legal terms and technical terms. And many times we show up speaking a very complex language with communities, a topic that is not easy to explain. So we talked about water valuation. That's important because those who value are the ones who care for it and change it in their communities. But as part of the school curriculum, there's no importance allocated to water. It is the same curriculum between dry and wet regions. So that's why we need to introduce into our education this type of events. And it's also something important nationwide, which is also very segmented in our country in terms of social classes, age brackets, where you live, where you come from, and that makes it even more difficult to conduct integrated work regarding the resources. But this is not only about diagnostic. We also propose solutions regarding the diagnostics. What we do is about actions and plans and projects, initiatives and programs that is quite relevant, and communities actually appreciate that. Second is that our projects, besides the obvious implications, they do have an actual implication on liters of new water per person, either harvesting rainfall or recycling of wastewater. It's not only um, the, the talk, but it's also liters, as I said, secrecy, obsolescence. So, but what we do is prototypes. So we play with water, and we create a board game around water, always based on science. As to water, in the school we work with, we consider that as the most important thing in the curriculum of those schools. Our schools do not know how much water they consume, so that's why we started working regarding water specifically as a key topic, as a key subject in the schools where we work. And something important, and this represents this delegation is all about in our foundation. We have intergenerational foundation that is very important to work out from the children down up to the senior citizens to partner with foundations, cooperatives, and academia, because it is such a huge endeavor that we need to get together to be able to find solutions to this problem. outcomes. Well, we can show many. In the locations where we operate, we can recycle an average of 40% of what a family consumes of drinking water, potable water in a month. That is a huge contribution because there's more availability of potable water, but families may also keep their irrigation of their crops, or their production systems, etc. And also, in terms of mist water, we are producing close to 600,000 liters a year. So that creates regeneration and production initiatives in a peasants community. Now, during the school year, we recycle close to 1 million liters. In a school year, we have had been visible, become visible. And it's important for projects, especially coming from foundations or NGOs, to actually play a role in terms of actually providing more liters of water. And something around which we revolve, of course, has to do with the SDG 6, which has to do with the fact that today we're running a project to supply potable water of a higher quality to northern communities. As we heard before, in other communities, but frequently we see the presence of arsenic in the type of water that many communities consume in the north, and I also see it in other places in Latin America. It is also very important in 6.4, for example, that we gray water or wastewater is related to water efficiency. Water is not discarded, but it's reused. As to 6.5, we have integrated water resources through recycling wastewater as well as by harvesting mist water. We have a park in partnership with the peasants community or farmers community that can regenerate the desert by harvesting mist water. So also in 6A, when they talk about programs related to water, that 6A is actually a definition of what FUA does in its network throughout the year. And something important in terms of engagement, it's not that communities are engaged with us, but they are part of our programs and all our actions now. And so, just show an example, I'd like to leave primary school, La Araucana de Huayinca, that has a great presentation today.
Good morning. We are Florencia Toro, Aileen Acuña, and Sol Flores. We come and represent the school Araucana in Huayinga in the community of Ovalle, Coquimbo region. Our name of the project is Our School Recycles Today, the Water for Tomorrow. The Araucana School has an enrollment of 23 students from first to sixth grade. We work in simple methods for reusing water and for modification consumption behaviors. As educational community, we have created awareness on caring water since 2017. All this year, together with FUAD, we have deployed water collection, filtered solar panel, and drip irrigation that have been improved every year. Location, Escuela de Araucana School is located around 12 kilometers on Route 55, Fourth Region of Coquimbo in the north of Chile. Green icon shows if you go to Route D555, you arrive to the locality of Huayinga. What are the purposes? First, to maintain the gray water filtration system. Two, conduct maintenance and modification in the drip irrigation system. Three, perform sampling of turbidity of the gray waters. Since 2017, we have worked together with Fundación Un Alto en el Desierto. For all those years working with the foundation, we have been able to acquire materials and tools to improve the gray waters recycling installation and also mist catchment. In 2019, thanks to the Corfo and FUAD project, we start deploying activated carbon filters throughout the network of sustainable energy and water to start operating the gray water recycling process. Over these years, as school has conducted presentations and recording showing to Chile and the world how do we recycle and reuse gray waters, becoming an exemplary people for all of us. This is a graph of gray water recycling system in 2022. Every week we recycle 1,500 liters of gray water. Every month 6,000 and every year 6,000, 60,000 gray water liters. We have two hands washing basins in the two different toilets. So the water reaches this tank connected to a pump, goes through activated coal filters and are spilled in the tank. And we use this water for irrigating our plants and shrub. Every week we collect 1,500 liters of gray water that are used for irrigating our greens and our garden, which stay with flowers and green. Thanks to the Coquimbo regional government and FUAD, we have a solar panel installed so we can save energy. This solar energy is used each time that we operate the pump of the gray water container. We need 45 minutes to discharge this container. This is our solar panel that uses energy, charges the battery that operate the pump. So we can elevate water to pass through the coal filters and pass to a filter water tank. What are the forecasts for 2023? Conduct maintenance to all gray waters and mist waters installation, improve the drip irrigation facilities for the good use of filtered water. These are the advantages of why we all need to recycle our own gray waters. We use the water that we spill. Second, we become people that are aware that we need to take care for the environment. Lower charge in the septic tanks. Fourth, and very important, we decrease the cost in irrigating watering your garden. Conclusions. We can conclude that in our school, we have been able to contribute a little grain of sand doing and not saying that we need to take care and recycle the water. We will continue to work and show what we do so our children, other children can be aware and start taking care of these precious natural resources. And in a not very far away time, we all can understand that we need to recycle and take care of our water. Thanks to our recycled water, our school today is green and with a lot of color. This is our garden in our school today. This was our presentation, and I hope that you love it. And now we will have the presentation of the Polytechnical School of Ovalle, the district of Ovalle. Thank you very much. Good morning to all those present. I'm Nelly Olivares. I represent the Polytechnical High School of Ovalle. In 2020, we were awarded the National Environmental Award because we were pioneers in Chile in recycling gray waters. We recycled 1,000 liters of water every day, and we supply and irrigate more than 100 trees. All the recycling system was designed and created by our students, teachers, and the Fundae. In 2021, we started the Environmental Water Academy in our high school, led by Professor Lorena, the teacher Lorena Marina. We have two lines of work. One is a technical line of work, along with filters, and we created gray waters monitoring system that allows to measure the quality of waters in real time. It has a system that has a temperature and pH sensor, turbidity sensor, and solid dissolved solid. With a screen or display, we can see the values for water measuring. On the other side, the civic line, along with the Wenco Foundation, they created a board game to create awareness on water and the human rights. Then, after all these 2 years work, we went to other schools that are supported by the FUAD, and we teach and we showed children and teachers all our work in order to generate a greater awareness and to spread the awareness in our community. Thank you very much. And now I introduce my co-student, Marcos Grid, and he will sing a song around water.
Bueno, mi nombre es Marco Araya.
I am Marco Araya. I come from the Polytechnical High School. This song is made to make people aware on the care that they need to care for water.
Hey.
Buy this track today.
We need to be aware of the water that we use. Don't make. No, sorry.
El agua de los baños, hay que ser conscientes del agua que usamos, no dejar corriendo el agua, los lavamanos, tratar de generar en la persona un cambio, tratar de reutilizar el agua de los baños. El agua es vida y hay que cuidarla, con eso y no solo con palabras. Mi letra del impacto de la sequía relata, porque es un niño, les enseña con lo que canta. Hay técnicas verídicas e inéditas, como poner en la casa canaleta, que esas aguas riegues una planta seca, riega las y deja que florezca. Podemos hacer el cambio, yo lo siento, día a día estamos combatiendo, esto es real, ya no es solo un cuento, lo combatimos, todos somos un actual desierto. Palma. Y el tío Daniel, lo que pasa es que de a poco ya se van secando desde este mundo, los estoy mirando. Está borrando, son un rayito de luz que se está alumbrando. Desde el Liceo Politécnico le canto de la situación crítica que nos está afectando. A la sequía le estamos dando cara. Cada gota cuenta será nuestro legado. Seamos conscientes de lo damnificado. Por mucho tiempo lo hemos ignorado. Como una cachetada a la sequía llegado. Llegó nuestro momento, hagamos el cambio. Hay que ser conscientes del agua que usamos. No dejar corriendo el agua, lo lavamanos. Podemos generar en la persona un cambio. Tratar de reutilizar el agua de los baños. Hay que ser conscientes del agua que usamos. No dejar corriendo el agua, lo lavamanos. Podemos la persona un cambio, tratar de reutilizar el agua de los baños. El agua.
It's not so difficult to take care of water. Thank you very much. Thank you. We really appreciate the invitation that you made us to show that what we do is empowering children through education, translating specific action to deal with, to address drought, climate change, and the use of water. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Okay. It's what a presentation. Just congratulate this fantastic initiative. Really, you are really agents for change. So I really congratulate to all of you. You said very beautiful things. and that values water, cares for water. Something, another thing that education. It is necessary to include in the school syllabus or curricula water, the water use in a playful manner. And you referred in a intergeneration. We always say we need to educate children, but you are always targeting older, senior people. Sometimes think that we, the grown-ups, we know everything, but we need to learn a lot from you. Let me congratulate you, really. And now we move to with our next analyst. She's Christiane Hollander, and she works in social responsibility and sustainability at Nexa Resort Brazil. Welcome. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and it is an honor to present our project in Brazil because we are a company, we are a mining company, and we have a very big environmental and social involvement. Also, I want to thank the invitation of ECLAC and all of those for giving us the room and the possibility to share our experiences. For us as a company, it's also important. I need to thank my team, social management team in Brazil that makes an incredible, fantastic work of social transformation. And I also thank the environmental team, the team that makes also conduct a multidisciplinary work. We cannot work together alone. We work with people, with environment in a work and cannot be done by one single person or one single department. I really thank and for the opportunity also to carry out and show you the transformation that we are conducting in Brazil. Next is a mining company, and we changed our vision and mission. We are a mining that changes with the world. The world is in constant and ongoing change, and we need to adapt as our company. So it's a mining operation that has operations in Brazil and in Peru. We produce lead, silver, copper, and gold. We market at different levels, at the global level, and we work with more than 13,000 people, our own employee and third party. We are we are listed in the stock exchange, and we are part of a big holder Durande in Brazil, which has a managed values, social responsibility or accountability. We are one of the main mining companies that produce zinc in the world. As Nexus, we think that there is no positive impact if we do not set up partnerships. We work with partnerships that generate a legacy and social transformation. We work understanding and seeing the reality of people. We do not install social methodologies that are not related to the own reality of our communities. For us, generate impact, and going beyond that is to create positive value for our communities. People have a great expectation around business and companies. They want and wish that companies to be accountable. But it's very clear for us which is our social function, and we clearly understand that all together we are stronger. Nexa don't want to be a protagonist, isolated as a company. We want to go together with the society, communities, the government, with the people. And many times we think that the cost of not acting, of inaction, is much higher than the cost of acting. So it's in our hands to make the change and transform. Many times we can be sitting in we have a great opportunity for social transformation.
And even in a large socially impacting project. So we see society as a big, big space for transformation. I would like now to bring you the project, The People Caring for Water. This is a project that was born at Bastante, 20,000 inhabitants city in Minas Gerais state. There, we provide information to the population on the way the watershed works and how it can be preserved. This project came about in 2017. There we made a diagnosis on our sources, and we afterwards came close to the source. In 2019, we had the support from the National Development Bank in Brazil in order to fund partly of the project, part of the project. We reached almost 15,000 meters in a short time. In several rural areas, we made this kind of work close to the source. And at the same time, we worked with the education and the training of local farmers. And why? Because we do believe that they have to do preservation. Often, they don't have any knowledge or methodology to work. This project is divided into environmental education, communication, mobilization, and the recuperation of sources. Here we bring some of the outcomes obtained with the persons involved in the activities in the schools, with the owners. We visited to the protected sources and we go over there with the students. We have worked with about 27 fences around these sources. And we have also worked capacity building with the teachers. And why? Because they replicate this information. And it all starts with education and the appreciation of education. These are some pictures of the project. We are now in the monitoring stage of flora and fauna to follow up the evolution of the sources. This is indeed a long-lasting kind of work, and we are working together with the communities, with the producers, in order to obtain good results. I will share this video now on the project.
Esse projeto, em parceria com
This project is a water project for our school. This project is a source of inspiration, something that is useful to improve the knowledge amongst our students. And it has brought enough information to get our students to learn more, to learn about preservation. People caring for the waters. This is a project in the municipality of Vazante. It is a project on water and sanitation and is led by rural producers and the local schools. This allows us to take a look at the practical aspects. The theory is taught in the schools. And here we had a field day to take a look at the site of the project. So the students are able to personally see what's happening and what can be done to protect the source. People caring for water. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Cristiane.
Thank you, Cristiano. I will now pass on to our next speaker, Miss Maria Fernanda Gonzalez, and she will be with us online. Maria Fernanda comes from the Espacio Fregata, Spain. You're welcome. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be with us, and I thank the audience for listening to my words. Fregata Space. This is a Spanish startup, and we are located in Barcelona. We founded this 2.5 years in 2020, and the idea was to understand where we have water pollution. Our technical background comes from big data. I love technology, science, math, and that is why we've set up this company. We believe that we all have the right to have a clean, healthy, sustainable environment, and that should not go against people. This starts by gaining information on where the pollution is found. In the Earth's surface, 1% of the water is available for human consumption. Half of that water, though, is polluted, and this is found just about everywhere in the world. With Fregata Space, we wish to use satellite imaging in order to apply artificial intelligence algorithm and thus find where the pollution is. What are the principles used? We get the satellite images. These are like eyes that watch the Earth. And when there are more than 27 satellite constellations, they're called as the stars. And these constellations are ready to get information that is reflected by the sun. That is saved in databases, and we in turn transform that information. That's where we find the contaminants. We have a technological platform. This is a software that works automatically to find that pollution. From the space agency platforms such as NASA, the Japanese or the European ones, we draw the information. We also have information coming from drones or airplanes, aircraft. In turn, this information allows us to analyze the results of the investigation. In the platform, we can also have external information such as void data and mobile data. This all functions as a brain because the eyes get the image and the brain processes information. But we ourselves build the algorithms. We build the big data in order to find the contaminants. Once this is up in the platform, it can be activated in the system throughout the world in order to search for the pollution. We want this to be a closed circuit from data, training, execution, so that our customers may have clear indication on where the pollution is found. This is an example of cyanobacteria in the Menor Sea in Spain. And this is very much polluted because of agriculture. But then this in turn continues with the pollution. Here we have on the left image without fregata, and on the right with the fregata contaminated sites. Here we have a color scheme showing that This cyanobacteria is found in mainly in the red areas. Now, and besides, the satellite images allow us to have an idea of what's happening with the contaminants. This is a Rotterdam port. Everything in red and in lilac is what is most polluted. So here we have a special place because the port is within a city and there's a river that runs along the city, and the pollution comes from many sources. And with the satellite images, we can understand the origin of the pollution in order to be able to stop it. We are also able to act in cleaning the water with a cleaning system. Here we have cleaner water where the color scheme shows that the contamination had been cleaned. Now, with satellite images, we can uh, obtain information from the past to see what was happening in terms of pollution. If we have a 20-year image with a virgin situation and how, for example, now it is polluted because of the industry nearby. Thus, we can make projects with mathematical models. This is the Mexico Gulf. There's a oil platform, and we see what's happening with the pollution. The pollution comes from oil extraction. One of the cases we are mainly interested in has to do with waste and plastic dumping. This is something that is happening throughout the world. There's so much plastic that is falling into the oceans. Here we see in yellow waste dumped as well as plastic. Your time is up. We have this kind of pollution. What we offer is the following. With the use of the platform and technology, we can have a system with greater capabilities so that Latin America and the Caribbean may understand what's happening with the water, creating new knowledge, and so that we ourselves may help the public and private sectors as well as NGOs in this endeavor, as well as getting the students to understand this better. And remember, the water is for all, and with technology, we can become empowered. And in turn, we can improve the whole situation. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Fernanda. I apologize for cutting you short, but I really appreciate your bringing in the topic of information and how this, in turn, can strengthen capabilities and empower. I now go on into our commentator. There were two, but one is unable to be here. So I will give the floor to Alberto Manganelli. Are you on, sir? Yes. Alberto works in the Regional Center for Groundwater Management in Latin America and the Caribbean, Coregas. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. I will be punctual and stick to the time allowed. We have been hearing very interesting presentations. I myself will talk about two things. On the one hand, the importance of the local aspects in everything having to do with sustainable water management. And secondly, education. We heard in these presentations words like participation, institutional strengthening, local, basically water valuation, capacity building through education, emphasizing young people, but also at other levels. And here, let me mm, recall what the representative from Nexa said, and that is that we must train teachers in everything having to do with water because the teachers are the ones who are there teaching young kids. If we increase their own knowledge on water, they certainly will better reach the educational goal, and these these would be agents for the replication of knowledge. All of these ideas that we heard through many presentations somehow increase the confidence between civil society and users on what's happening with water. And this in turn fosters local development in the long term. Often, action starts at the highest levels of governments, and that brings in quick solutions, yes, but often they are not adjusted to the needs of a faraway place. When, on the contrary, action comes from the local level, from the community, this action will certainly be more precisely adapted to the needs of the community, and therefore it will be better accepted.
So, in conclusion, we may say that there's no question that the community involvement it's critical to manage and protect water. But we have to recognize that the participation of the community sometimes is not possible without government actions facilitating such local involvement, and that the stakeholder and the users organizations may be unsuccessful in protecting the water without actions from the government at all levels. In fact, the local action should be facilitated from the regional national governments, but we should tend to a greater participation and valuing of the local dimension. So, in closing, let me commend you for these initiatives and call upon you to replicate these experiences to provide for continuity so that over time we can build a much sounder awareness on water management and value. Thank you. Thank you, Alberto. And this call to replicate and let's call it initiatives. I believe there's a great effort ahead. Apologies, but we don't have time for questions or comments from the audience. And therefore, let me adjourn this third panel of this today. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Let me begin the last session of the technical the technical session today. This last session deals with the value of water applied to innovative financial mechanisms as change drivers. First, we'll have the presentation by Pablo Lloret. It will be the Andean platform, the water funds. Mr. Lloret, you recognize. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am speaking on behalf of a governance platform of local financial mechanisms covering three countries, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. I belong to Fundación Futuro Latinoamericana with a Latin American scope based in Quito, Ecuador. And I should say that the local financial mechanisms, water funds, it has been created in Ecuador over 20 years ago, and probably that provides for such a meaning. Even after 20 years, is a mechanism which is innovative. Innovative because it aims at several fronts which are important. Maybe the first and most important of all is that it is focused on protecting and preserving and restoring water sources based on comprehensive integrated management of water resources. The idea is how to integrate water users and water funds do so. They combine the local, or private, and the community approaches as referred to by the water vice minister. That's we make users, water users, to have a mechanism that provides for sustainability of investment on water. So with that brief introduction, let me, for those that are in the session, let me refer to you what's a water fund. That's a financial mechanism. That's a stable, a transparent financial mechanism gathering users of irrigation, drinking water, energy production, both public, private, and community, based on nature-based solutions, investing in green infrastructure, and that is the path in order to achieve availability of resources, to guarantee the availability of water. Ultimately, this is an urban consolidated group. We all know that in Latin America, 80+% of the population lives in the cities, in the urban areas, and these urban areas are protecting the water resource. What this is not a solution to every problem. This is not a project. It's not a start and an end. It is a program. This is an ongoing program, supplementing, not replacing, not competing against, but with the different local agencies or so the characteristics, probably the most important features, is that there are no two equal funds. The wealth is in diversity. They are thought as a generational dimension. We're talking about several generations, thinking not only in our children, but our grandchildren. In and of itself has a governance model based on integrated management of water resources. It's sustainable over time. That's what we are doing. That's what we aim at. And this is a mechanism that has grown greatly. The first water fund is the water for the water protection in Quito, the metropolitan district. And today we have over 40 funds in 3 continents. So this is a governance model. Ideally, this will be useful as an inspiration to awaken that curiosity, so as to replicate this mechanism. Last but not least, the platform I represent here. It's a platform called Funds 2.0. This is the new generation aiming basically at the sustainability of these financial mechanisms. Grouping four funds in Colombia. Those are the funds, but I may refer to the cities where the beneficiaries of the fund live: Cúcuta, Bogota, Medellin, and Manizales. In the case of Ecuador, the Quito Water Fund, the Napo Development Fund, the Tungurahua and the Pauta Conapa Basin Water Fund. These financial mechanisms are gathering funds with the FONACUA. FONACUA, it's the oldest. In case of Peru, we have Forasan and Aguafondo in Lima. But the most important here is to say that the beneficiaries with the protection of water resources by these platforms for more than 30 million people. So around 2 million hectares under protection, ecosystems which are protected. And that's a very practical, sustainable way to scale up a solution. As I said, I believe that the mechanism of such water funds aim at all five principles of water valuing, which is the topic at hand, and especially in this session. However, I would emphasize principle number two, which is not only economic resources, funds as such as a mechanism. That's what it means. But in the building of trust, this trust capital is probably the single most important goal of a water fund. The issue of approach, or the goal of the fund, which is sustainability, aiming at sustainability of water resources in both in quality, quantity, as well as access. And the other important topic is trying to find that investment in water acts as a sustainability for the resources. And that's my presentation. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Pablo, for your experience on the successful water funds that are emerging from the region, and these are local governance solutions. I mean, the local dimension has been referred to as one of the main challenges these last 3 days. Now, let's listen to Marine Barbie, which is with the Catholic Relief with the Azure initiative in El Salvador. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. I'm with Catholic Relief Services based in El Salvador. And during the last 5 years, we've been contributing to this effort in a combined or blended financing in the rural sector. We focused on market-based solutions, helping to empower communities so that they can solve their own problems. Okay, now we're in business. So let me emphasize first our contribution to SDG 6. We're improving drinking water access and sanitation in rural areas and small cities, trying to improve damaged infrastructure, improving the service levels and capabilities. We're trying to reduce the financial gap by offering a private funding supply together with local governments, NGOs, the cooperation at the regional level. So we all know that the systems fail unless we have continuous maintenance. So to offer continuous maintenance, we need capabilities, we need funding, capital. So a few years ago, we asked ourselves in Central America, where the funds, grants were less, governments did not have a priority on these sectors. So the idea was whether we could find financial loans to improve the services in these rural sectors, small towns, in rural communities. So we did a demand analysis, and we found that most households in Central America can pay for a water service. We did an analysis of financial supply by identifying an opportunity to support the financial sector to learn and to build trust among these small operators. So together with IDB and technical assistance, partner, as you're in El Salvador, we try to put together technical assistance and funding, capital supply. The idea is to have a blended financing, putting together different sources of capital through combined or blended financing and comprehensive technical services based on availability, needs, and interest, so as to create a sustainable solution for communities. And then the key components, as you can see, are the multiples funding sources, working with different communities, identifying what funds are available together with technical services, financial services in order to improve water, sanitation, and the protection of sources. There are interesting examples of source protection.
So how do we do this? First, we go in with technical assistance, with technical partners, community operators, municipal operators, or private ones doing improvement plans, capacity strengthening, both administrative and operative, identifying different financing sources that are available and also their financial stands. And if they do have financial capabilities, we provide them support so that they can actually ask for a loan, giving them the contact with the local financial institutions to run their projects, and then supporting them in risk management. We have built an impact fund that attracts private funding that has built trusts in the different countries that is purely focused on financing this sector. That's IFIs, that the financial institutions can deduct those loans and actually share the risk. So we've made significant progress. There are significant results to show, and we are in partnership with strategic partners. We have technical teams and trusts in Honduras and El Salvador. We are starting in Guatemala and Nicaragua. Just in closing now, from the beginning, we wanted to be able to measure our impact in a simple manner, consistent, and able to contribute to monitoring purposes, both for donors, investors, and the public sector. So we have a sustainability model that is based on the World Bank called CSR, that includes two indicators that provide a service level indicator for these operators that are part of the process. So thank you. Like everybody here, we're looking for ways to do our work more efficiently, to be able to make the achievement of this great challenge more agile, which is the water challenge in 2030. Maybe since I've not been given the card, I just okay, right on time. So well, just quickly, I think we have an observation. We need to work on the shifting the culture around the rates, water rates for the users. In many places, we're still paying very low fixed rates and subsidized rates. So we need a good service, all of us, but we need to pay for that service. We need to pay for the pipe, for the treatment, and for service people and for the water supply to our homes. We need to pay for that by using sustainable and differentiated rates and water meters. Sustainable rates can be included, including environmental service payments in order to protect water sources. If we do not cover those costs, so we will never achieve water sustainability and what we're looking for with the 2030 objectives. So we know that there are diverse situations. There's not a single solution, and there's an important role for governments to play, for NGOs to help regulate and have an impact on this process, and to provide financial education tools and also operative and legal assistance. Investing on water is investing on life. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Marine, for bringing another example of a concrete solution, saying that solution is not only getting the funds, but to provide technical assistance and education for that to be sustainable. Now we're going to offer the floor to Mr. Luis Boigues from the Sabes Association in El Salvador and Honduras. Go ahead. Good morning. I'd like to thank ICLAC for inviting us. The Sabes Association has been running for 25 years of working in El Salvador, and it has a motto: water is health. So this motto has been the basis of our work all this time in three basic areas: community organizations, technical assistance for the construction of sanitation infrastructure, and education for sustainability and maintenance, and also advisory regarding renewable energy. In those 25 years, well, we have a record of activities that we've done, which are many, including potable water, supply systems, wastewater treatments, and mini power plants, wastewater treatment plants, and also rainfall water harvesting. Among these communities that have been benefiting from this, there's one that is called Periquín, north of the Morzán department in El Salvador, that was affected by the conflict with Honduras and the resolution of The Hague in 1992 that took part of the territory at the north that is the zone with the largest water resources. This Periquín population needed water, but they only had to connect to the authorities in Honduras to then request both an environmental permit as well as the binational commission a permit, an authorization to be able to use water that was running from Honduras and to be able to use it to supply water to the Periquín population. In that same region, there was another community, which is La Joya. They did not have the electric power, and in the in the border with Honduras, they have a very low coverage of close to 17% of electric power supply. So the request also once again from the Honduran authorities, as well as the Water Resource Concession Authority to El Salvador, and also the Ministry of the Environment, and all the legal permits were obtained in order to use this resource, because at the same time, when this was going to be supplied to the La Joya location, there was another population in El Monte that are nearby La Joya that were also interested. So a power plant was built with financing obtained from EWOS from the Netherlands, CODES, the Aragon government in Spain, and another institution that is called Alianza Energía y Ambiente. And based on that, using the Latin American network of renewable energy, a water collection system that doesn't need a reservoir, and with all the elements that are involved in this type of reservoirs, a charge pipe, and settling pond, and an electric power generation system based on a power pack on a generator. So the communities of Cueva del Monte and La Joya, close to 80 families make up those two communities. They worked, well, two communities worked during the installation, and the changes that have happened, especially what is the only binational mini power plant that exists there. Electric power assumed an improvement in terms of the quality of the work of the women and what they do at home, as well as children's education, because at least instead of having to do their homework in candlelight, they could use power energy. They were also able to supply electricity to freezing chambers. They did not have to walk kilometers to charge a cell phone or a battery. And the same population in both locations that were involved in the construction, they manage and they maintain the equipment as well. And they built another mini power plant on the Honduran side They did the whole electrical installation with the knowledge they had acquired in construction their own. Another advantage is that the Pekin population, when the water project was developed, was a system that was collecting surface water resources during summer. There's no issue with that because water is filtered through a sand filter system, but in winter, with the runoff due to rainfall, turbidity is high, and therefore they do not have good quality of the water. So by leveraging how near both systems are, they connected to the electric power from La Jolla with the plant in Parejas with the water intake and the plant they have in Pekin, and a quick filter was installed, allowing for a better water quality based on the same type of energy coming from the same power plant. So the same energy that is used in this river, which is called Calambre River, goes back in the circular economy fashion, used in order to clean the water and go back into Pekin. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis, de nuevo.
Thank you, Luis. Once again, concrete in this panel, we're going to have the comments of two different people. First one, Kenneth Alfaro for the Latin American Coalition of the Youth of the Water. So you have the floor, Kenneth, in order to start your comments. Good afternoon, everyone. The youth, we're asked to be patient. Over 46 years went by until a new water conference will take place. When I studied,
Salió un documental del ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos, Al Gore.
Vice President Al Gore mentioned the impact of climate change and the very dire future connected with the water. This documentary was one of my motivations to continue with this path. 17 years after that alert to the world, lack of action has costed millions of lives and economic losses. We are at a time with the largest access to information and knowledge in real time in history. So by sharing ideas and experiences as we have been doing in these last 3 days, it's fundamental to value water and moreover to transform this information into concrete action. We've seen recently the increased number of initiatives that we're leading. However, our involvement in the public space and the decision making on many occasions is not sufficiently discussed, and it is one more share. That's why we have launched the Latin American Coalition of the Youth for Water. Because we're convinced that together we'll be listened to.
I want to thank ECLAC and all the organizations that have made possible that indigenous people, rural women, community management of water and use are present in this space. But aside from participating, there are two key elements that we need to allocate funding to projects that can be executed autonomously, that will be included in the decision making through water government mechanisms that will be binding and transparent. Also, that the large consumers of water, such as agricultural production, tourism, and industry, are in a disposition to dialogue. We all appreciate or value water from different dimensions, but when no sector is more powerful than the other one, and that we really materialize the human right to water, we will be able to remove the multiple conflicts around water in our region. This is why I stress the importance of to agree on the Escazú agreement, and to each one of the organization and government. You should not have any doubt that including youth will have benefits and new ideas to accelerate, speed up the achievement of SDG 6. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Madam Mirna Argueta from Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering. She's online. And good afternoon to all, and thank you to ECLAC for these 3 days of acquisition and collection of new knowledge on behalf of Inter-American Association of Sanitary Environmental Engineering, created in 1948 in Santiago, Chile. I thank you for giving me the floor for some comments on this session. We always ask ourselves, what is the value of water for each one of us and for, well as for government? Is water among the 10 or 5 priorities of each government? COVID-19 pandemics showed that potable water and sanitation is the first barrier for good health protection. The first recommendation of health authority was wash your hands. Se cortó. Washing the hands, and this again we stress what we are talking about. Does water is water assigned the value that it deserves? Washing hands was before any recommendation for vaccination, and now we have the opportunity to close the historical gap of investment through innovative paradigm to give a solution to the current problem of in the short, medium, and long term, and the future problems exacerbated by the impact of climate change at the rural and peri-urban level. In the water pipeline, the water board, potable water and sanitation cooperative run into problems to replace infrastructure that is aging or obsolete, just to solve daily maintenance and operation. Much less to invest in new facilities. They explained it. Paulo told us what is this water fund is a stable mechanism that joins public and private organizations looking for solution under integrated management approach. Madam Barbie explained us this ASURE project to support small cities and rural areas to improve access, level of service, and to replace obsolete infrastructure. Then Luis Boigues explained the transboundary project in a big, small power station, how a municipality face the community because for the use of the water filtration plant. In our experience, we have seen the difficulties experienced by the rural system of peri-urban and rural operators who lack access to funding and technical cooperation, sometimes because it's difficult to submit projects. Sometimes they do not comply or meet the conditions for the first payment, or they don't meet the conditions for the putting together the project, and then they fail. This panel invites us to be creative and look for innovative funding mechanisms in order to close up the financial gap. The Latin American Alliance of Water Funds, the one presented by the Ministry of Colombia. These are all mechanisms that we need to maybe export to other countries, and we need to implement them to join action from multiple stakeholders, NGOs, local governments, and so we are able to ensure that water is at the reach of everyone. We need to use infrastructure, either gray or green, that we need funding, but we need also more information, quality and timely information for the decision-making process, and look for solutions that will facilitate the access to funding by breaking paradigms. And thank you very much, and we look forward to achieve this encouraging SDG 6 along with the Agenda 2030. Thank you. Thank you very much for this great summary of the of this last panel, because we'll give a little room for questions or any final intervention from the audience. This is the last time that you have the word in for the room. We'll take 2 or 3 words at the back of the room. Yes, I am Isis Riquelme from Chile, social environmental activist. I represent Tremendas, which is a platform of women, girls, and I want to talk about the situation of water in Chile and how childhood are suffering. We have listened to a beautiful presentation on the governance of indigenous peoples, rural areas, and how the school are involved children and adolescents. But in the case of Chile, water in Chile is privately owned since the Constitution of 1980 that was drafted during the dictatorship. And this has affected the water at our disposition and our development model. So most municipalities receive water with cistern track. Some schools have their own water, but it's not the same in every region. Most regions in Chile are under water scarcity decree, and they are risking fires. That it's not that we have not a water resource because we have all the Andean range available, but because 96% of water in Chile belongs to companies, to the mining, agribusiness, and forest company. And the rest is used by the population. And water rationing and community ordered us that we take 4 minutes showers, but it's not us who are depleting the rivers. It's not only climate change, and also is something that after the social revolt, we had water running on the rivers. Today, we are facing a new historical processes, and many other countries have made progress that have the rights of nature and consider water as a public good. We want to follow that pathway, but we are not going over there. It is not from the past for the young people. It's just an issue towards the future. Today, there are young people that do not have water, that cannot take showers for a week. They have water available only 10 liters or 10 or 20 liters every day. So while other people have 1,000 liters a day to use. Second point is gender. Most of women that use water in the territories, in the rural areas of the countries, they are not fed. They can run in, they are jeopardizing their life. They are not the owners of the land. Only 15% of women own their own land in Chile. So it's a poor distribution and the lack of gender policies regarding water that should be taken into account. In Chile, we received climate migrants and water migrants in the north of Chile and we are not taking responsibility. We force people to move from one place to the other, but the state is not providing money support for those people who lost everything because they were formerly agricultural workers. But there's still we have avocado plantation and also mining operations in the same areas. And we need this generation under 30 years old. We will suffer from here. We will endure the best natural resources. Today, we do not have water, 10 years from now, this region, the capital, will not have water, and this should be discussed. Water should not be privately owned. So for the first thing is to ensure access, because it's a human right to have access to water, and not the other way around, such as is the case in our country, where companies have access, not people. Thank you very much. We are collecting in the regional agenda of action for water the position of young people. I am Eduardo Ortega Williamson. I am Director of Technology and Innovation in Monterrey. Is the potable water and sanitation authority in Monterrey, which is the second largest city after Mexico City. Our city is placed on a very difficult. We have users that are in 500 meters over sea level, and others are 1,500 meters. So in Monterrey, in 2022, that was the first years that we couldn't provide continuous service or supply to our users. Three causes. One is a prolonged drought in 2015, demographic growth, and also lack of reliability of sources that we have. Without any doubt, these contribute to intermittent services that affected the most poor and vulnerable municipality. To counteract this lack of water resources, we started with dig deep wells, but I want to take the opportunity that our service in Monterrey has been able, with good results, we base it in innovative technology. For the spirit of the project I'm leading is that if we need 25% shortage of water supply, that it doesn't mean that 25% of citizens will be affected. So everybody shares this shortage of 25% water supply. This can be done with technology, innovation, tools, such as the accumulation of pressure and active leakage control. We are so many actors here around the table to call for the search for solutions, considering innovation, efficiency, and circular economy, instead of looking for larger water volumes of water, because sometimes this is an impact on the environment when we look for greater volume instead of using the water that we already have in a better manner. Thank you. Thank you. And we're taking notes of your contributions, because we are committing to making this meeting a full dialogue from which we can put together the regional agenda for water action. I will give the floor to you, and then we close this session. Good morning. Thank you for attending. Thank you for inviting us. I am Eric Astorga. I am the coordinator of the Coalition of Youth for Climate Change in the Latin American region. And similarly, I am part of the ACE coordination. Today, we are here representing the civil society from the youth civil society Chile, and we have already listened Chile. We are the precursor of climate public policies in the region from the youth part, and not only national state policies, but also regional. Escazú agreement, the cleaning of Atacama Desert, the draft that's been discussed on fair ecological transition, which is a project that was drafted by organized youth. Today, metropolitan region is going under a severe crisis of public security and crime and criminality. you ask yourself how this relate to water. Precisely, okay. My colleague here in Chile, she said in the metropolitan region, but also at national level in Chile, there's no drought, there's sucking of water. Big companies suck the water of communities, and there's no coordination between the state apparatus, the organized community, and the companies that rob or suck the water from the community.
What's really important here is the what's happening with youth and our participation in decision making. We are the Latin youths who appeal to different governments, and no matter what political ideology, climate change doesn't have a political color. And this is what we are urging in Latin America. So we appeal to governments, corporate world, and brothers and sisters from civil society to set up a working table. The most vulnerable ones that need these state policies. The vision we have amongst young people is to spread out the effects of climate change, and the ones that are most affected by that are women and youngsters. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Yes, the young ones are the ones who will continue promoting these ideas. I will now give the floor to Ms. Janet Sanchez, Director of Natural Resources Division from ECLAC. She'll be talking about the elaboration and adoption of the Regional Water Action Agenda. Thank you, Marina. Thank you all, authorities who have been with us with so much patience. I also thank the young people who have expressed their voices loud and clear. I also thank all of you who have spoken up, telling us your experience. And now we're coming to the main course. That is having the possibility to express our voices into a Regional Water Action Agenda 2023. What we are going to bring to you is an effort that was prepared, and it is not something that was lightly done, and it's an important approach. I'd like to let the authorities know that this is not a binding instrument. It is expressing your voices, your ideas, your commitments and initiatives. It also brings in the proposals and dialogues held in 21 as well as in 22. We also have here the voices of experts that were consulted on several occasions. It may not be perfect, I admit, but still it is the result of our 3 days work, as well as the collaboration and cooperation from all who, with conviction, have brought to us these days. I will ask Rayen Quiroga, the head of Water and Energy Division from ECLAC, to read this regional agenda for water. And afterwards, if there are any observations or comments or objection, we will take note. So that, because you know, this is a document that can be adapted in time and amended. You have the floor. Thank you, Director. At the preamble, we see the Regional Water Action Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean is the main outcome of the Regional Water Dialogues 2023 as an input towards the United Nations Water Conference. It is a compilation of the main ideas, efforts, and voluntary commitments related to water as expressed during that event. The action agenda seeks to advance and accelerate the progress of the countries in the region during the second half of 2018 28 decade of action to water, contributing to meeting SDGs and 2030 agenda. Especially, it especially brings in the priority areas needed to accelerate the SDG number 6, ensure availability and sustainable management of water for all. The regional agenda is seen as a living instrument that can be updated and revised in the next meetings of the regional water dialogues as organized by ECLAC. It can also continue to be nurtured by the work and research carried out by experts from Latin America and the Caribbean, and the entire communities and actors can also be a part of this. We urge all stakeholders to work for water, countries and agencies to continue working to redouble efforts and broaden the scope of their commitments, strengthening the elements embodied in this agenda. This agenda was built incorporating the main contributions of more than 30 Latin American Caribbean countries, including 200 face-to-face participants and more than 2,000 participants during the water dialogues. This dialogue comes from different sectors, including the public sector, made up by high-level authorities, ministers, vice ministers, and water directors, academia, private enterprise, international agencies, NGOs, civil society as well. We emphasize the participation of youth networks, indigenous representations, as well as high school and elementary students. All of them met to analyze and discuss water between February 1st and 3rd at the headquarters of ECLAC. The action points of the agenda also result from the regional water dialogues 21-22, as well as from previous open consultations carried out by ECLAC with different stakeholders in the region. They are also aligned to the United Nations water evaluation principles, and they are part of the existing regional agreements, such as Samoa Pathway for small island development states, Escazú, Montevideo Strategy, that is the regional gender agenda, among others. This is realigned with other um, treatments having to do with water, calling on all to mobilize political, technical, and financial resources available in and for the region. The water dialogues express the need and opportunity to incorporate the voices of all stakeholders, especially rural communities, territories, Afro-descendant groups, indigenous groups, women, girls, boys, and young people. This agenda gathers, strengthens, and unifies the regional view around articulated actions to overcome the water challenges in the next few years. During the Regional Water Dialogues 23, it became evident that the region needs to advance very strongly in the construction of a suitable, sustainable, and inclusive water transition based on the four pillars, which are: one, guarantee human rights to safe management of drinking water and sanitation through a major boost to investment in the sector, leaving no one behind. Secondly, promote regulatory changes to foster equitable, affordable access and thus eradicate water poverty with innovative instruments such as social tariffs. Number three, reverse the growing negative um, factors that are related with pollution, overexploitation, and social environmental conflicts by promoting oversight and regulation. Number four, to move from linear to circular management to reduce pressure on water resources, establishing a trend towards decoupling extraction from economic development. Now, as a cross-cutting principle, modern democratic and participatory water governance in countries and territories are seen as a key for achieving the actions that follow and reaching the targets having to do with SDG 6. The areas of action that emerged are the following: water and sustainable development. Promote democratic water governance by strengthening institutions and technical, regional, sub-regional, national, and local capabilities for decision making. Make visible the role of water as a vector of sustainable development in order to reach SDGs. To set up public policies based on new models of development, production, and consumptions that are sustainable, going forward towards water securities, focusing rural and coastal areas. Promote water legislation and increase public-private investment to universalize the human right to drinking water and sanitation managed safely and with social environmental justice. Incorporate the gender perspective and active participation of water right holders, such as local communities, youth, indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples, vulnerable groups, and ecosystems. Water and climate. To strengthen the adoption of integrated water resource management practices to increase resilience to climate change and mitigate the impact of disasters. Design, strengthen, and implement early warning systems for water-related disasters, risk reduction, and coordination with affected communities. To promote coordination between water, land, and climate sectors through innovation and adoption of technologies so as to adapt the environment to climate conditions, incorporating strategies for climate change mitigation. In these items that we have mentioned, the international or regional agreements that already contain a part or all of these action points. I won't need them all. Number 3, water, financing, and health. To promote new water investments in quantity, quality, and continuity, to grant access of safely managed water and sanitation to all, emphasizing rural areas, communities far from the centers, and marginal urban areas. Design incentive and regulatory policies to promote innovation and the use of technology adapted to each context and territory, using principles of circularity and conservation, rescuing ancestral knowledge and nature-based solutions. Establish PPPs with different actors from civil society and local communities to have financing and to promote a new culture. Along these lines, it is urged to promote fair tariffs. Identify and take advantage of available financial opportunities that are innovative, such as combined financial structures, multilateral guarantees, bonds, and funds, among others. Next, water, regional, and territorial cooperation. Promote regional water security through integration models that involve territories and communities subject to rights. Develop and implement frameworks that help guarantee the sustainable use of water resources in cross-border watersheds and aquifers through strengthening the existing institutions and the creation of new institutions where they don't exist, as well as social participation. Harmonize political processes for decision-making monitoring and managing cross-border waters and that are shared by several communities and people, following the lessons learned from the experience of this kind of management in the region. Generate and share information for the good management of cross-border aquifers and watersheds, enhancing South-South and triangular cooperation. Number 5, water, energy, food, and ecosystems to promote the integrated management of water, soil, energy, and their relations with the ecosystems as the heritage that feeds agricultural, productive activities, energy generation, and life in human settlements. It is
También se devuelven los residuos.
It is nature through water courses that are returned. The integrated approach drives common goals through policies, plans, and practice.
Innovate in the adaptation of multi-sectoral coordination bodies at local, national, and regional scales, as well as participatory processes and dialogue for decision-making and implementation of programs and projects in this integrated approach. Protect and restore ecosystems that are critical for the water cycle, electricity generation, and food security, such as glaciers, wetlands, with adequate monitoring, strengthening, and community management. And recover ancient practices of food production and water use that are sustainable and aligned with nature-based solutions. Network and Observatory for Water Sustainability, ROSA, countries and the region as a whole value these ECLAC initiative for building and strengthening capacities for evidence-based water public policies, which will have as a sustainable product a network of water stakeholders and a regional water observatory. It is essential to strengthen institutional and technical capabilities to simultaneously implement the pillars of the water transition through new incentives and multi-stakeholder partnerships, adopting the principles of water valuation and seeking to accelerate and realign the path of countries to achieve SDG 6. Encourage the production of quantitative information in line with international statistical recommendations and the exchange of water-related information to strengthen water policies, plans, and programs, and monitor their progress. And last but not least, 7, solutions for valuing water and accelerating the achievement of SDG 6, raise awareness in all spaces of the multiple values of water and ensure that learning on how to identify them for diverse communities and across its many uses is shared among actors, communities, cities, and countries. Promote the water valuation principle as a tool to accelerate the progress needed to achieve 2030 agenda goals. It is very important to disseminate them at all levels and encourage exchange as well as share progress and cooperation on these principles in the region. Make explicit the social, environmental, and economic values associated with water throughout its cycle, generating incentives and political and socio-economic dynamics for its management with greater efficiency and sustainability. Strengthen the education of children and adults on water values to empower different communities to participate in the implementation of these solutions and improve decision making that will impact water quality and availability in the context of climate change, affecting vulnerable communities with greater force. Santiago, Chile, February the 3rd, 2023. Thank you, Rayen. Now, let me open the floor actually, if you have objections or points to be made, and if you have a contribution to make. We'll like to note so as to make all those revisions. So if you can help me, please. Thank you.
Jeanette. Thank you, Ryan, for these amazing document with proposals and conclusions, which I would like to emphasize, whether in the paragraph, in the first paragraphs, if we could make explicit reference to indigenous people. The sometimes we talk about communities and peoples, but not indigenous peoples specifically. In the first paragraph of this regional agenda, we read indigenous peoples when we refer to peoples. As for paragraph water and climate, maybe we could add the knowledge of indigenous peoples. We're only talking about Western knowledge rather than indigenous people knowledge. On water and funding, financing, and health, in number two should include rather than local communities, indigenous peoples as such, the owners of the ancient knowledge that fortunately some of them are still keeping. And number four, water and regional cooperation. Maybe a second paragraph, communities and indigenous people, again, indigenous and peoples. And well, in the point seven, solutions, check number three, to make explicit environmental and social values. Maybe we should include cultural values. Those will provide strength to it, to a strength to it. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent notes, excellent comments. With Mr. Vice Minister, thank you. I would like to thank the ECLAC for the summary of the contributions and proposals of the different delegates. It's just this high level. We have had a vice president here, and maybe we should include that Mr. the Vice President of El Salvador. I fully agree with the proposals from FELAC and a couple of additions, maybe to express it. For food security, we'll talk about food sovereignty, which should be an important note. Food security and sovereignty. Maybe the Secretariat should include that. But what I believe it's critical today, I mean, listening to the proposals, recognizing the authority of community management in water and sanitation. Local communities and indigenous peoples in this inter-scientific and intercultural dialogue, which has been thoroughly discussed, which I believe it's important to include. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister. Quite relevant observation, Vice Minister of Water from Ecuador. Thank you. After all the comments and the presentations, it is quite clear in order to guarantee an equitable universal access to water, we need to protect the natural water sources, and such protection of natural sources is not possible only with the willpower. We need financial resources. So my suggestion, my proposal is that as a part of as part of water, food, and energy, we could include water funds as a financial mechanism, which could be strengthened in water and health. Another topic, which it's critical to guarantee access to water, is that the water operators, both public and community-based, should have the technical and installed capability to guarantee that the water being supplied is meeting with the necessary quality standards. And thus, I believe it's really important to consider the use of technology in community water systems and require public systems to meet their requirements. Those are my points. Thank you. Please. But you and then you in the back. Thank you. That's a wonderful summary of agreements. This will be a document. This will be taken to the UN New York. They will have this is not a binding final document for the country. So ultimately, the voluntary agreements, it depends on the willingness of the countries. So maybe we could suggest the UN or encourage the UN to articulate some sort of a mechanism to guarantee that these commitments and the follow-up of voluntary commitments are actually, I don't know, an annual meeting under UN intergovernment panel so that countries can take ownership and review these things, much like the climate change panel, so that water, I mean, it seems that the water flows, percolates, and stays with the groundwater and therefore becomes invisible. No, let's put together a mechanism to guarantee that water will continue to be visible. And all these commitments have an impact both in the middle, the mid, and long term. Thank you. Really interesting what you said. Really interesting in terms of follow up. We are in an area where the processes are not mature enough, such as in the COP meetings. We will have to reach that, um, but there are several agencies, organizations, communities, but we should go along that path. You have the floor, please. Just a short point. The solutions with the childhood, if you could include the word the creation of solutions besides implementation, because it's amazing what the boys and girls and teenagers can contribute to the solution. Thank you. And the Excellency, the Minister. Okay, then in the back, please be brief because we need to adjourn the meeting. The authorities are coming for the closing ceremony. Let me be brief. Just commend you for the excellent work you have done. Let me take a couple of things here after these big amount of information. First, we should make explicit the relationship between food security and water security because of the role of our region in the food security and nutritional security in the world. This was already discussed at CELAC as one of the important points, and I believe it would be a good idea to take this to the conference. And second of all, let me go back to what we have seen with our colleagues in the Caribbean, how climate change is affecting them quite particularly. I mean, yet they are not generating emissions, and how the international community should support these small island states in finding solutions for adaptation to climate change and to react to disasters related to water. Thank you very much. Couple of relevant points to take into account.
Thank you. I'd like to second what I'd like to support what the Bolivian Vice Minister has said in terms of the recognition of community organizations as key stakeholders, especially to bridge the gaps in rural areas. And in that sense, it would be important to mention in water and development caption the contribution of communities. I mean, it wasn't only mentioned. They were submitted in the experiences of brainstorming ideas, but they were not reflected in this document. So I'd like to underscore to recover these experiences of public and community agreements as a mechanism to bridge gaps in the rural areas. And second item would be in climate and water. It is absolutely necessary to count on the individuals who are at a risk in terms as part of the risk reduction plans. We hear about warning systems, but we don't talk about how these people who live in these areas must be part of the development of these early warning systems and risk programs. And finally, maybe it's a technical issue, but in water and cooperation, it is important to change the word aquifers by underground flow systems.
Conociendo más sobre el tema de agua.
We need to know more about groundwater, but we must understand, and I'd like to thank Ati Kiwa, who reminded us that water is only one, is runs cross borders or transcontinentally. We need to understand underground water flows that are not limited to hydrographic watersheds. That's why it's important to mention that in the text.
Ahora, por favor, señor ministro.
Minister, you have the floor. Thank you. Four things. First, valuing the work that ICLAC has done and the government of the Netherlands and all the international partners in organizing this level of an activity. I'm very pleased on behalf of the Dominican Republic. We deeply thank you for this initiative. Second, we fully support and I'd like to formally state that we are also very pleased with the agenda that has been presented by ICLAC colleagues. And third, we truly appreciate the observations that have been made here from the different stakeholders in this declaration. And we believe that we trust that the Secretariat will collect those and will make them fit in the ultimate agenda. Once again, thank you for this declaration in this activity, because it is a significant amount of support in the effort that our country is doing to reinvent and to rebuild our water governance system for a more sustainable and inclusive development. Thank you. Please, from Trinidad and Tobago, well, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, good morning, thank you. So what I would like to have included, I would like to definitely second the minister from Bolivia with regards to the contributions from the Caribbean countries, with regards to the Caribbean experience as it relates to water, food, and energy. I would also like to have it documented that, particularly as it relates to SIDS, water and land management is critical. And I just want to touch on just what was mentioned here earlier on with regards to water rights and land management. So I think land management is a critical issue on this scale. And I think that that's something that needs to be looked at very seriously in terms of the synergies between water and land management, not only in the Caribbean, but throughout the entire region. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. La última intervención.
Last comment. I think there's someone at the back who would like to say something. Please go ahead. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for the effort. We feel truly represented by this document. Just two comments that support what has been already said, which is the use made of some of the verbs, such as this is a document that is calling to action, is a call to action. And we find, for example, that in water and sustainable development in water, they use the word increasing public and private investment. And further down in health, financing, and water, establishing private-public partnerships. We need to be very careful with those verbs because we may be excluding other initiatives such as public and community agreements or partnerships, or the use of ancient knowledge to support this management model. So we would like to have those parts of the documents reviewed and to use verbs in a different manner, or to include everything that has been discussed during these dialogue sessions. And the other aspect that I wanted to touch upon is to uh, reiterate and maybe exploring the possibility of reflecting this on the document. There's this call made by the special guest from the Netherlands to generate a more ambitious proposal that Latin America can get to the United Nations meeting in New York with a more ambitious request focused on building binding commitments, coming up with indicators that will allow us to measure the progress in the next 5-year period of the countries in the region. Generating a mechanism, we heard also, that will allow us to resort to the system in a different way, to approach the system in a different way. We should record that in the document because that was also discussed. And in informal discussions, we heard that this is one of the intentions of this meeting. So once again, thank you very much. See you soon.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I think a round of applause for everyone is in order. It's been truly an honor and true source of pride to host this discussion and this relevant dialogue. You all made your contribution, and we are going to introduce of the excellent observations that for sure reflect some weakness in some parts or of the statements in the agenda. So we will edit that, and we'll now go to the closing session. Our executive secretary is coming to join us and close the session for us with his remarks and his support, his input, so that we are also energized to go back to our countries and to our jobs. Clark will always be paying attention to what you have to say, and also mobilizing all our capabilities, both human and financial, so that these events keep on going. And as our colleague said, and also some of you mentioned that as well, so that we can start, treading down this path together, trying to achieve a larger degree of involvement and linkages. But the idea is to take these steps, knowing that there'll be a turning point. I believe that is one of the messages that this event is giving us. That we are not going to achieve SDG 6. Many of the goals will not be met. Even some of them are going the opposite. But if that doesn't sensitize us in that sense, well, what else could do it in the sense of such a utility so important as water and sanitation for such an important resource? So that should not be a deterrent. Anyway, in that context, we also find institutions, communities, indigenous peoples, the youth, the cumulative knowledge and best practices that allow us to do what the rest of the region is doing. Also bring in knowledge and lessons learned, ways to innovate coming from other parts of the world, for sure. So we have a chance. Let's not be overwhelmed, or let's not be immobilized by the huge challenges ahead of us. Of course, we need to still feel this sense of urgency. Otherwise, we're not going to achieve the goals. Let's mobilize all these incredible human resources and capabilities that have been exposed here these 3 days to achieve the goal. I don't know if our No, it's going to be a few minutes only, and we'll be closing formally. Thank you very much. All presentations will be available online, so you'll be able to download them by considering the onset of this ROSA program, which is a network of water observatories, a water and sustainable water and sanitation observatory network. There will be a repository that will accumulate the support and the documentation and the cases that you all will provide us with. There's no more time, I guess. Do you have something very brief to mention?
Muy brevemente,
Well, I'd like to thank all the organizations, and particularly for the project that I represent. I'd like to thank Fundación Avina, has been a strategic ally together with Misión México and Cantarazo. Thank you very much.
Bien, muchas gracias a usted. Ya. Esperemos que el secretario ejecutivo pasó por saneamiento. A todos nos pasa. Sí,
Also, we will upload. Many of you have been interviewed, so the capsules with the video clips of your interviews will be uploaded, so we will be famous. So hopefully you will like them.
Sí. Y también para comentarles.
And also to let you know that the interview of Professor Masukato, the full interview, because we actually edited that interview, is also available on ICLAC's webpage. To download it and see what she has said. Our executive secretary, we were waiting for him. He's just joining us.
Aquí están los valientes. Bueno, voy a dar las palabras.
Well, I'd like to offer the floor to our executive secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax. Just to tell you that these are the people who have stayed until the bitter end: minister, vice ministers, the youth, the indigenous representatives, community, and representatives of the academia as well. Please go ahead. Well, good afternoon and congratulations. Congratulations, everyone. Unfortunately, I was not able to be present as I would have wished. This ECLAC runs many simultaneous activities in different countries, so I wasn't able to be with you, but I've been told, of course, that it has been an extremely successful gathering, very rich in terms of dialogue, and we know that this is a fundamental topic. So I'd like to congratulate you, the women in the team, consultants, together with 10 multilateral organizations, specialized organizations in water, the government of the Netherlands, and all those who were behind the organization of this very important event. The event is coming to an end, but of course, as part of a key process that will continue now in the coming meeting in March. More than 2,000 people were paying attention to the presentations and commitments to Action for Water, coming from more than 80 panelists, so the highest level, and key groups from the civil society, from the territories, the youth, the academia. And all this work resulted in the design and consensus of a regional water action agenda agreed upon by representatives of more than 20 Latin American and Caribbean countries. Undoubtedly, this roadmap will be a great contribution within the framework of the United Nations Water Conference, as we know, is the most important water event in almost in the last 50 years, and really it is an historical moment to progress towards a transition in water management. I think also that we have exceeded the objective of this regional water dialogue. You did a deep analysis of the challenges and progress of the SG6, reviewing innovative solutions that were presented in the brainstorming session for the region. You were able to make commitments around actions and policies to accelerate the achievement of SDG in the region. Transitioning strongly towards a shared goal, sustainable and inclusive water transition. We've also exchanged numerous experiences and lessons learned for the achievement of the goals of the United Nations Decade on Action of Actions for Water. All of this is fine. However, all this progress should not leave us complacent, because this is a starting point for the multiplication of the efforts we have to make if we want to achieve the goals committed in SDG 6, which, as we know, the region is off tracks, if you wish, especially in terms of progress towards its targets in terms of ecosystems and also in terms of local communities engagement. For 3 days, we have witnessed keynote lectures where we have discussed and presented our concerns, experiences, and also we have been exposed to multiple opportunities. Regarding water and its relationship with sustainable development, we look with optimism at the achievement and innovations that strengthen an adequate water governance of in the countries in the region to transition towards a more sustainable management. However, countries are still facing numerous challenges. The National Water Authority needs to increase its hierarchical level, and governments need to progressively strengthen their institutions, getting rid of some gaps to facilitate coordination among them. It is also necessary to establish culture and collaboration systems among various authorities, managers, and citizens. In this regard, integrated water resource management, integrated sustainable production and consumption model, and nature-based solutions and inclusive approaches that embrace gender, indigenous, and Afro-descendant people's perspectives are fundamental. Very happily, we organized these dialogues in order to launch the ROSA network in Latin America and the Caribbean, promoted by ICLAC and the 5 pilot countries of the project. This water network and observatory responds to the main capacity building requirements for the development of innovative water policies. We are going to build this together, and it's going to be enriched to the extent that more countries are able to contribute, be involved, and of course, benefit from it. Governments have expressed their willingness to address the systematic production of harmonized statistical series and water indicators in accordance with international recommendations in order to support decision-making processes and make investments strategic and inclusive. I would like to highlight the relevance for the entire community that gathered in these dialogues of having a network that communicates and supports all actors, all stakeholders working on the various water-related issues in countries of our region. This network will contribute to sharing innovations, lessons learned, and to creating multi-stakeholder and multi-sectorial alliances. This is a synergistic approach with regional observatory, which will offer indicators, qualitative information, studies, and updated projects to join the articulate previous efforts in the area, strengthening capabilities for water management in the countries of the region. Regarding climate change and water dynamics, we have seen that in our region, greatest occurrence and impacts are related to water-related disasters, and that early warning systems are of key importance because they reduce the population's risk of exposure to the impacts of disasters, including floods. The same Same time, it is necessary to invest in integrated water resources management as a solution to better manage these situations and build resilience, especially in the Caribbean small island developing states. All of this requires financial resources, especially in the countries with the greatest infrastructure and coverage deficits. We need investment mechanisms and vehicles that allow the drinking water and sanitation sector to access new sources of funding, as well as to show examples of the benefits of investing in the circular economy for the sector, also benefiting health of the population. We have a huge opportunity, as we have heard many times at this meeting, investment of 1.3% of the regional GDP over 10 years to close the coverage gaps in the water and sanitation sector would reduce carbon creations, would mitigate wastewater pollution problems in the region. It would create 3.6 million green jobs each year. Therefore, we should identify and mobilize the right financing sources and financial instruments, such as loans, bonds, and other blended finance instruments, and to make the most of available and incoming financial opportunities. Public and private partnerships, and also have been highlighted as mechanisms that are key for accessing finance as private sector expertise. Also, the regional and territorial cooperation is fundamental when we are talking about a resource that does not recognize borders. In this session, it was clear to see the efforts that many countries in the region are doing in this regard, but also the challenges that we face. So I had a chance of interviewing representatives from the Trifinio project and of the watersheds, and I was informed in detail about a very impressive experiences in that region, which is also key in the three countries. So facing so many challenges and problems, but it's admirable what they're doing and the way in which the three countries are collaborating. Another point that we cannot forget is that the extraction, uses, treatment, and return of the water to ecosystems are inevitably related to the renewability and energy security, food security, and environmental sustainability. As demonstrated, it is key to capitalize on the synergies and interrelationships involved in decision-making process of planning and water management, which in turn enhances the progress in to other sustainable development goals contained in the 2030 agenda. I would like to highlight the principles of water evaluation that highlight the need to make social, environmental, economic values explicit associated with water, and at the same time, the introduction of water criteria as human rights, universal coverage, equity, and sustainability. We thank the delegation of the Netherlands for organizing, together with ICLAC, this very important session. I would also like to especially mention all the agencies with which we have jointly organized this event: WMO, UNESCO, OAS, CODIA, GIZ, IDB, FAO, GWP, Deltares, and all the members of the regional expert group on water and water management. Just in closing from ICLAC, we make a call to action and repeat it. And of course, we offer the countries the expertise we have gathered to strengthen the institutional and technical capability of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, to improve governance, public policy making, and water management. And all of this to transform the development model in the region. With all of this, and once again, thanking and recognizing all of you, I thereby conclude Water Dialogue So 2023. Thank you very much, and fly safe.
Valientes, valientes.
Cerró.